So I'm kind of upset. I'll probably draw some more during the week. Maybe I'll take a break from streaming altogether so I can focus on art. But yeah, I tried drawing and my drawings just look caca. They look very caca. Hopefully I'll get it fixed. But for now, I have to deal with that fact. For now. For now. Let me pull up here the commission that I was working on. Where is it? No, that's not it. There it is. Okay, cool. What is it? They want the... Let's see. Perfect. Anyway, how you guys been? As always, I'll wait for a little while before we proceed. By the way, I had a character here who the commissioner was like, I need them to have curly hair, and I'm like, how curly? Yes. And I'm like, fuck. That can mean anything. And basically they want it to look like a Greek statue kind of curly. And it's like, alright. That's not difficult. We can do that, can't we? Sure. It shouldn't be hard, but if for some reason in my mind, it feels like it could be hard, you know? Let's, woo! Take the league here. I really wasn't going to stream, but listen, we're so close to ending the game. We gotta continue. We can't stop now. We're so close. So close. So I'm just gonna press onwards, man. I'm just gonna press onwards. Let's see, what do we have here? Yes. I'm just looking at a few statues with that wavy hair. With that spaghetti hair. Just so I have some reference. Yeah, I think this is good reference. I'm gonna save that. I know you can't see shit. It's basically this that I'm working on. I redrew a few things there, but I don't know. Then I just decided to scrap my redrawing. I was like, damn. Art is just not in the cards these days. I need to hunker down and really practice again because I feel so rusty. Hopefully I'll get back in the groove of drawing. There's just something about it that doesn't feel right. Can't really explain it. I guess the only way to explain it is that I'm old and I have a shit ton of other things to do that doesn't involve drawing. So there you have it. Let me place this back here. Where are you, video game? Where are you? There you are. Yeah. Oh boy. Let me lower the volume for myself because it's always too loud for my ears anyway. There we go. Hopefully today is a short stream. I don't think it's gonna be that long. I'm gonna say it's gonna be about 5 hours instead of 7. Maximum like 5. Because I do have to work tomorrow. I might have developed a third sense for when you're streaming. Oh my god. You just felt it in your brain. Then again, I stream pretty often. Especially when it comes to a long format game, I just can't put it down, man. I just can't put it down. My bone marrow. In my bone marrow. Oh my goodness. I don't really have a set schedule, and I don't think I ever will until I'm out of a stable job. You know? Oh my goodness. I tried drawing, but I don't know, it just feels like shit to draw lately. Not like really shitty, but I am having a lot of difficulty concentrating on what I do, and it's not turning out correct. So I'll try to do it some other time when I'm not playing this game. This game is a brain worm that I gotta get rid of. So once I beat this game, I'm going to not stream video games for a bit. People, you're getting enough vitamins. Yes, I am getting enough vitamins. You know what's going on? You know what's going on? My fucking pussy decided to just fucking vomit all of my vitamins. That's what happened. Jesus Christ. I almost had the most horrible accident. I felt like a freaking axe murderer in the bathroom. Just a whole chunk of Utareus. Christ, I never had such a heavy flow before. I don't remember the last time I was this heavy flow. It was unbelievable. Like, sometimes I'm heavy, but it's like, you know, it's gradual. But these last 3 days, it's been like that every so often. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. I'm lucky that there hasn't been like a stain or anything like that anywhere. Thank goodness. I've been able to, you know, catch it. Literally catch it. So nasty. Why pussy gotta be so nasty? I hate it. I will say one thing. I was like, this is how blood actually looks like. Great for reference. I did not take photos of it. I was just committing it to memory. Because for some reason I keep forgetting that blood is redder when it's not all bunched together. It's actually darker when it's all close together, you know? Toilet in the past few days. Dude, the toilet is basically pink. With how often I've been going there just cleaning myself up. Christ. I think this morning I already taken 2 baths, so I don't, and I've already changed 4 times, because when I exercised, my body just went down there. When I exercised, it just became hell. And not on my body, but you know, it was like I was wringing myself of the fluids. When I was doing Russian twists, pussy was like, okay, time to squirt it all out. Time to fruit gush. Doing things with your stomach muscles during Shark Week is the worst. Yeah, it sure is. Those Russian twists were not a good idea. Also, every time I got up from the floor, it was like, it was hell. I was getting so worried that I was gonna stain my freaking leggings or something. I can't believe pee-pee. Dang, right in front of us. I don't know what's going on. It's been so long since I've been this heavy flow. It's legitimately worrisome. I was like, Jesus. My body is pissed. No goo goo gaga, fuck yourself, said my pussy. No goo goo gaga? Okay, time to wreak havoc. Can it be stress? It causes malfunction sometimes. I'm not stressed, though. That's the weird part. When I'm stressed, the opposite happens. I just don't have a period when I'm stressed. It's like my body is like, I can't deal with more than this. You fuck off. I am actually not stressed. What's stressing me out is the freaking pain that I'm getting. That's what's stressing me out. It's a good thing I had so many backup pads and shit, because wow, I'm burning through those. Good lord. By the way, did you know I had a friend who never used a tampon before. I have not used a tampon before either.
But they were like, oh my god, tampons are like the best because it feels like you're wearing nothing.
And I told her, like, you know you can't use that for more than 4 hours, right? Or something like that. The point is, with a tampon, it's supposed to be a temporary thing. You're not supposed to keep it in there for so long. And I was basically telling her, switch to a pad whenever you can, because you're not supposed to keep that shit in there. Good old toxic shock syndrome, exactly. So I might have saved her life that day. I might have just told her to, you know, save your frickin' hoo-ha from giving you a terrible, terrible shock of the toxins. It's very rare to get it. Either way, it's good practice to not keep that stuff in you for so long. Same with pads. If you're in heavy flow, you're supposed to change it a lot. Better safe than sorry, absolutely. Absolutely better safe than sorry. People who get tampons stuck way up their boosies. Boosies. They have to get it removed by a doctor? Oh god. Good lord. The mortification. I mean, I am really not ashamed when it comes to like the doctor looking at my pussy or some shit. I'm like, just get it over with. I am not mortified anymore by that stuff. I'm like, you probably see worse every other day. This is probably the best you'll see in a while. Maybe you'll be able to see even better. I sure hope so. But it's probably not the worst thing they've ever seen. You know what I mean? Like, you just gotta get over it. Hello, early stream. Not that early, but early enough. People pussy indulgence? Oh my god. Like, I'm not, like, super proud of it either, right? Like, spreading my legs so the nurse and doctor can fucking help me out here, right? It's not something that I'm like, hell yeah, oh my god, hell yeah, check out that pussy. Like, no, I'm more like, just get it over with, man. Just, there it is. Do your thing. I'm ready to get out of here, man. That's how I feel about it. Oh my goodness. Let's place this back here. By the way, earlier this morning, I was just going through videos about Ace Attorney. Just ones that said no spoilers or something like that, you know? And then I went through some reviews, and the reviews are weird. The reviews for this game, this Chronicles game, is so bizarre. You ate some kind of off teriyaki and I regret it. Oh no. I'm so sorry. And by bizarre is that, two of them, I think it was a Polygon and a BuzzFeed article, I think. No, it was IGN and Polygon, I think. Both of them pointed out that it's weird for Ace Attorney to tackle racism. And I was like, bitch, do you want them to ignore the racism? And why I find that so bizarre, it's that it wasn't even that, like, strong. They could have gotten harder on the racism, if you ask me. And I don't know, it just felt like... It felt like white people wrote that. It felt like a person who's never gone through racism wrote those reviews. Because it was like the racism was making them uncomfortable. I've been seeing a lot of fan art recently, so the game is picking up steam a bit. That's great. But yeah, I saw those reviews. I don't know, it's really easy to check easily. The writers usually mention. Oh, I didn't check who authored these things. But it felt like the racism of the game was making people uncomfortable. And that's weird because I did not feel uncomfortable with the as a matter of fact, I was happy that there was racism in the game. Like, because it's being depicted, but it's not like it's being glorified or anything. It's just being depicted. That's all. Hell, even Lestrade is a little racist herself, if you think about it. She does a little bit of a microaggression here and there with the names. And that is due to her ignorance. But yes, it is racist when she does that shit. It is racist compared to Van Sykes actually calling Naruhodo correctly and biting back on his hatred. But primarily the first case, Giselle Brett fucking called them savages, pretty much. She was like a few words away from calling them savages or didn't she say barbaric? She was hella racist. She was hella racist. And racism towards the Japanese period written by Japanese people. I doubt they can glorify it too much since they weren't. That's the thing. The article I read absolutely understood that this was written by a Japanese man talking about, you know, racism towards Japanese people. They understood that, but they still felt uncomfortable by it. And I'm like, why? Because it's Ace Attorney? And then they said something along the lines like, oh, why do that when the game is not really realistic? And I'm like, what are you talking about? The game is plenty realistic and when it deserves to be, when it wants to. And I kind of hate that excuse when it comes to storytelling. Nothing is realistic enough. I think what made them do that is the immersion. They wanted to immerse themselves in a silly, happy-go-lucky game that just happens to have murder. Like, did you guys forget that this game that's silly has a lot of murder? But, I don't know. I felt very immersed by this game. Like, there is silly aspects to the game, but I feel like, especially with Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, they have hit the sweet spot because they do not make the moments that are funny take away from the moment that is supposed to be serious. Have you noticed that? Whenever there's like a breakdown of the villain, it's not super over the top anymore. It's not super over the top. It's only just enough. Realistic for most people usually means this reflects my personal experiences. When it doesn't, people will decry it as bad representation. That's the part that I don't understand. This is clearly Meiji era Japan. Meiji era Japan. If we go a little bit of history, Japan was very isolated. Like, the government did not want to fucking do shit with any other country. They were like, no, we're not opening our borders. You stay over there, I stay over here. But around that time, other countries were pushing really hard and forcing Japan to open up its borders. And by forcing, I mean showing off their military prowess, okay? They were intimidating the fuck out of Japan. And you know, going against their laws and shit. Like, invading their land and going like, no, open the border, Japan. Do it. And then they eventually did. So, around this time, what happened is that Japan being so isolated, it didn't really have the technologies and the other things that the Western countries had, and even China had. Open your country. Stop having it be closed. Power of white people being rude as shit. But here's the thing, that really interesting history about Japan is that it kind of wanted to westernize itself in a way. And it was a really fast change. Like the one that we see in this game, where you see Aochi, who's dressed up as like a feudal lord, against Naruhodo and Kazuma, who believe that Britain and the Westerners are far ahead of Japan in every way. Like, they romanticize it almost. Like that Japan has to be more like them. So I find that very interesting part of history, where Japan is just playing catch up by pushing away their traditions in a way. Like having a top knot and shit That was almost like, no, stop doing that. Stop wearing the yukatas. Start using this. Go to these Western schools. Start learning English. Start learning Dutch. And German. And French. Like, just hurry the fuck up with this. We gotta keep up with this bullshit. And most of that was due to a bunch of racist shit as well. Because yes, if your country didn't have any of these things, what did the Westerners think of your country? That you were a third world country. That you were a barbaric and shit. So of course Japan did not want them to see them that way. So I think racism should be part of the story, and it would be stupid and insulting to not do it. Like, they wouldn't be able to put Soseki in this game. Like, how insulting would it be to have Soseki be treated super nice by the British and not go through any hardships whatsoever? How freaking insulting that would have been on the name of a poet like that. That would suck. That would be shit. That would be pretty crappy storytelling. Either way, it would be called whitewashing history. It would be pampering, yeah. I just find it so strange that I found 2 reviews saying the same thing, that Ace Attorney with racism is weird. And I'm like, what are you talking about? We're in freaking Meiji era. We're in Victorian era. Of course there's gonna be racism. It'd be weirder if there wasn't any. And that doesn't mean we can't still criticize. I still think one of the biggest flaws these games have is that there's barely any brown people in it. There's really barely any brown folk. That's my only issue with these games, really. Why people do anything that includes racism. Though it would make sense in certain areas, especially with Victorian era Britain and all that. They wouldn't be allowed in several places, not to mention how segregated they all were, but still, it kind of sucks. Japanese media has almost no people darker than a mild tan. Yeah. And whenever you see someone tanned, it's always like a gyaru, guro gyaru kind of thing. It's always someone who just really tans themselves. And not an actual brown person. Oh shit, that's my work. Let me put on here. There we go. What's this? We're recreating our most viral TikTok for fun.
Hit it, Fergie. All the time I turn around, brothers gather around, always looking at me up and down, looking at my. I just wanna say it now, I ain't trying to round up. I'm a little mama, I don't wanna take it back. And I know I'm coming off just a little bit conceited, and I keep on repeating how the boys want to eat, but I'm trying to tell that I can't.
Wow. Absolute madness and glee in the neighbors laugh. Christ. This is why I can never do TikTok, like, outside like that, like, the secondhand embarrassment is too strong. Now that's embarrassing. That right there is mortifying to me. But yeah, that's what I was looking at this morning. A bunch of reviews on the game. Most of the reviews were great. They were all praising the game. All the reviews were praising the game. It's just interesting that they both said, the only bad thing is that racism is weird. And I'm like, but why? Why do you think that's strange? I don't get it. Let's see if I can find that review. I believe it was either BuzzFeed or whatever. Let's see. Was it Polly? God, I went through so many of these, so let's see here. Historically accuracy in my loosely historical game? It's not even that loose. I mean, yeah, they didn't put like an exact timeline, but they added stuff that actually has to do with the era, like the frickin' window tax. That was a legit thing. Okay, here it is. I knew it was from Polygon. Look at this. Racism is like, it's mentioned 5 times. So weird. Like, I don't know, I just don't agree with what they say. Like, I understand what they were saying, because Japan isn't without its own sins, like, literally nowhere is. But this is a story that's centered on these characters, not on the wider scope of the problems the world has. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, Japan was really shit towards Korea, we know. But this isn't a story about Japan and Korea. You know what I mean? I forgot what was the actual place that made me go, what the hell? See if I can find this. Like, look at this part. This part, I just disagree. Like, British Empire is heavily criticized by the game in certain aspects, primarily legal corruption and anti-Japanese racism, but it doesn't look beyond these to the wider crimes of its empires. I'm like, but why does it need to? The game doesn't want to go there because that would be too convoluted. Like, yes, they never so much as mention people from Africa, India, and Korea, and the full scope of colonization. Yes, because it's not relevant to the story. It's not saying it doesn't exist. It's just not worth mentioning, because you're gonna overbloat your story. But there was something else. I'm trying to see where it was. But oh well. Let me put this back here. makes sense to mention Japan's faults, because Japan hates doing that for one, and this story isn't about Japan, to be honest. So how Britain interacts with it. PP trying to do an accent? Oh no. Oh no. Please stop trashing on me. I'm trying so hard.
Zero chance of me saying this, but I'll give it a go. The burdened purple murderer... Start again. The burdened purple murderer refers the preferal... Nope.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Scottish boy is like, ah, shit.
The burdened purple murderer... The burdened... Stop it. No. The burdened purple murderer... The burdened purple murderer infers the preferal... preferal referral. The burdened purple murderer infers the preferred referral. There you go.
Jesus. Oh man. Yeah, fuck that Scottish accent thing. That sucks. Also, yes, I saw this. Good lord. Oh my god. The next dances of deduction. Amazing. I need to turn off the music because YouTube is kicking my ass with claims. Like, amazingly, YouTube is like, hey, cut this shit off. And I'm like, damn, your robot's really onto it. Amazing. Levies, what the actual fuck? Alright. Good afternoon! Yeah, we're ready to start. So, can't wait for a little dance with Mikotoba. Hell yeah, Mikotoba. I'm so excited. Daddy YouTube is coming for your ass. I know, right? I don't even put that much shit. I just want to archive stuff. Alright, let's examine everything. It's another first-class cabin, and yet its door is completely unguarded. Empty as well. I had a quick look inside earlier, though I confess I didn't investigate the wardrobe. It may very well be a young Japanese fellow inside, perspiring miserably. If you're referring to Naruto, you know very well that he's currently perspiring merrily in court. No, we're with Mikotoba and Shomes because the assassination attempt took place on the ship. On the SS Groose. Groose! An artist I live plays Britney Spears and shit and doesn't get murdered by YouTube. Really? Well, some people are preferred by YouTube, and others like me, well, they get to eat shit. Does it not strike you though, Mikotoba? Is this the ship in Dover or in Dunkirk? I think it's still in Dover? I don't think it suddenly got into France immediately. It was docked in Dover. And they got onto it. Sometimes you gotta get down on your knees and please the overlords.
Why, the man stands guard only in front of his cabin, when both are apparently vacant.
Okay. This would appear to be an alarm bell. All hell will break loose if that thing were to ring. The whole crew would know about it.
Leave it alone, not now!
No, I think not. That would never work, surely. I need to concoct another distraction. Alright, we have that choice. This must be a mousetrap, I think. Perhaps I could distract a crewman's attention with this somehow. No, we're not doing that either. No, I think not. That would never work. Let's see, what we... Oh, this is another bell of some sort. Alright. Let's look at this, look at that, look at that. Alright. That's the way back to the deck. But we certainly can't give up on this now. Yes, we're playing as Mikotoba right now. Oh, look at that. As a speaking tube for members of the crew to communicate with another on around the ship. If I could just persuade our stocky sailor friend that he needs to use it. Jones would unlock the door unless he was distracted. The question is, how? Ah, the switch for the electrical lights. Perhaps if I were to turn off the lights, the crewmen wouldn't be able to see what we would do. We have many choices here. We have many choices. So we have the mousetrap, the lights, and the alarm. I think we need to employ all of them. Yes, we're in the hunt for the hot judge, who I no longer trust. He's like a new temple guardian statue, this fellow, the way he's glaring at us so fiercely. Tell me, why are you standing guard here if the cabin is unoccupied?
Because this area is only first-class passengers.
What did you miss from yesterday, Tim?
We must look out for suspicious criminals.
Also, his name is Chicken. He was looking straight at me when he said that.
My dear fellow, as you can plainly see, we are quite unsuspicious as criminals go.
Actually, you're super suspicious.
But still criminals.
No. For goodness sake, Sholmes, tell the man. We're neither suspicious nor criminals.
Ah yes, quite right, Mikotoba. Curses! This seaman is far too able for his own good. Be extremely careful in what you say.
One of us ought to be, yes. Also, does this mean that do we have give me a second here. Oh, we don't get to look at our thingies. I don't get to look at the court record. Damn it. So, what should I use? We have the mousetrap, the alarm, and the lights. Really wonder. The dumbest thing would be the mousetrap. That's a big old cheese for that mousetrap. I'm so happy that my original idea for Mikotoba came true. But I think what I said is that they switched places or something like that. Like Mikotoba is a disguise, but then I was like, nah, Susato's there. But I was kind of right in a weird way. Kind of. Because I was basically saying that Wilson was Mikotoba. But, you know, in a weird switcheroo kind of thing. It's just that the switcheroo is completely not what I thought it was. Anyway, let's do the mousetrap first. Try it.
It sounds like Big Mouse in Trip. I will bring bucket of water later and put it out of misery.
I don't like the sound of that. Fucking Wilson. On if he is or not, it's very obvious. It's very obvious at this point that Iris is related to Van Sykes. At least to me, it appears to be that way. And if we get a colored picture of frickin' a better colored picture of Clint, and he has like more pinkish hair, I'd be like, bitch, there it is. There it is. There it is.
In any case, my dear fellow, that was quite unconvincing. Only Japanese mice make a chew sound. Hey, really, Mr. Sholmes? And pray tell, what sound do Russian mice make?
Like gray purple? Yeah, but it's hard to see. It's kind of hard to see, though.
Pee pee. Naturally. Pee. They're also quite unconvincing, I readily admit. So go ahead, Mikotoba, do a pee pee.
No, thank you. I'm sure we can come up with an alternative solution. Alright, should we do the alarm? I feel like the alarm is the wrong thing, but let's do it anyway. No, let's not do that. Let's do this one. Flick it.
What is happening? Where is lights?
Now, Shums, now! Shit.
Nobody there.
It was a close shave.
Why like your house stumbling so violently in apparently empty corridor? Do be quiet, Sholmes. I shall have to think of another approach.
Well, goddamn it, looks like we have no choice but to use that thing. There we go. Let's do it. Well, we have no other choice, do we?
Here goes then. Pardon me in advance. You, what are you doing? If we were at sea, we would be very bad problem.
What is going on there? Seaman
Sorry, sir, nothing to report. It was just stupid trick. No, not by me, by world famous. No, as I told you.
And there you go. Keep going. Now, Shums, now.
And done.
Not even 5 seconds, eh?
Well, don't stand here gawping at my brilliance, Mikatella. In we go.
Oh, yes. Yay! We gotta do this quick. Alright. Interessante. Also, is that a person? That's a pajamas. That is a big pajamas on the floor. You know what I just noticed? If Mikotoba is the partner, how does Shomes know so little Japanese? I think Yujin would have taught him some phrases. Maybe it was just never came up. It just never came up. There's very few Japanese people in Britain, so... God, oh my gosh, okay, that's interesting. Very interesting indeed. Also, is that ice? Good gracious. One of those things that go in one ear and out the other. Yeah. And honestly, I think Shomes is the type of person that if it's not relevant, he isn't interested. He's very much of, let's do this right now, and that's it.
By golly, that's a clue. Ice. It would appear that the occupant of this cabin did indeed disembark rather hurriedly.
Let's see. He went on a hurry all right. Look at all these things. Those clothes on the floor there. They're Serishiro's, without question.
Well, it seems that we are just a little too late.
Yes, by about 2 hours.
Still, whilst we are here, we should investigate thoroughly. There may be 2 hours worth of clues to find here.
But that burly crewman may return at any moment, Shomes.
Indeed he may, which makes this all the more thrilling.
Here we go. Okay, time to click on all the things that interest me, which is everything. According to the report I was given, Naruhodo was concealing himself in Asogi's wardrobe.
Indeed he was.
Save! God dang it. Alright, I'll save it, but give me a second. Amazing.
Indeed he was. And it was quite of similar size to this one. Ah, you must climb inside yourself, my dear fellow.
What? Whatever for?
It was the site of my first fateful meeting with Mr. Naruhodo. You can experience the moment yourself now, complete with my dramatic rhetoric.
Show him, stop!
Come along now, in you go. This will only take a moment.
Really, Shomes, surely you can just tell me what you said.
Well, I uttered some brilliant remark and opened the wardrobe to reveal the stowaway murder.
I think I'll just read about it in the Adventures of Hemlock Sholmes. Alright. Let's see. Nothing else over there. Just door. They, for some reason, moved this. For some reason. And he tried to hide something in here, probably. There's a speaking tube here, look. Though it's been stoppered with some cloth. So the voices of the crewmen on the bridge aren't an annoyance, I suppose.
Or indeed. So the voices of the cabin now are heard elsewhere.
Could something have happened here that was for no one else's ears, do you think?
Either that or it could be to prevent snakes from entering.
Again with the snakes.
That's really become a favorite case of yours, hasn't it?
Why not take it out? There might be something wrapped up in it.
Quite the exquisite glass, I must say. See here how it...
How come it's still iced? How come? It's been 2 hours. 2 hours? And the ice hasn't melted?
Is something wrong, Sholmes? You suddenly trailed off. Ice, Mikotoba, ice! What opulence does the first-class passenger enjoy? Chilled drinks! Pardon? Could it be that this steamship is equipped with electricity refrigerated cold room, do you think?
Well, fuck me. I do not want to find him dead. Well. Oh, good night, Nap.
Well, it is a luxury liner after all. They have enormous refrigerators also storing all sorts of lavish produce as well as ice. On our voyage from Japan, we enjoyed culinary delights from all over the world. Suddenly, Mikotoba, the sight of you making my... of you...
What? Excuse me? Phrasing. Phrasing, Sholmes. Phrasing. The sight of you is making my mouth water. Sweet Lord, Sholmes.
I haven't taken on the flavor of the food I ate, you know.
Good lord, they just went there. They're lucky you have something to say to Mikotoba. To Eugen.
There's the waste paper basket, look. And there's still rubbish inside. Indeed. Then let us pry. I've discovered recently I have a penchant for exploring the contents of others' waste paper baskets. I sincerely hope only for your work.
What did you find?
Ah. Here we have a notice issued to passengers from 3 days ago. 3 days ago? The night before we arrived in London then. When I was still aboard myself.
Okay, what does it say? Evacuation drill notice. Oh, I didn't finish reading! I didn't finish reading video game!
Ah yes, there was an evacuation drill. I remember now. For our safety and security, all first-class passengers were constantly under the watchful eye of the crew. So it was a welcome relief to have some privacy for once.
Okay. A notice about practice evacuation to be carried out by the crew of the SS Groose the night before the ship arrived in Dover. It was found in Judge Jigoku's cabin. Side note, Iris's nickname for Sherlock in the Japanese is Holmesy. And that's not as nearly as funny and cute as Hurley. So Shirley would have been cute and funny and led to an airplane reference if they used No Carmely Shirley. Yeah, it would have led to that. Alright, let's finish off this entire area.
These are the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or any other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Additionally, there are several punishments for stowing away in wardrobes or travel cases.
Wow, they added that one, eh?
I feel the rules have increased since I last read them. Probably just my imagination.
What about the fact that they're not straight on the wall? Doesn't that strike you?
You may be right. Probably just your imagination, though. A trifle. And you know what I always say, Mikatoba? There's nothing important about trifles.
I thought it was the opposite of what you used to say. It's probably just my imagination, but I think that might be slightly off. Look at that big old trunk.
That's a very sizable trunk indeed.
Seishu is partial to all things large.
And a rather clumsy fellow. If they failed to notice, he left that behind.
Perhaps he left it on purpose. It's lighter than you think, but still a hindrance to speedy escape. Ah, it has a code on it.
Pity. It's locked, so we can't look inside.
Certainly 5 seconds from now, the situation will be quite different, though.
Sadly not. A 7-digit
Those are the easiest to pick!
for 2069.
Those are actually the easiest ones to pick. But okay.
7-digit combination lock. And I'm not the most morose enough mood to work through all the combinations at present.
Why the easiest? Because all you really have to do is just scramble and go in between the locks and just jam it open. You can just destroy it, really. The way it's set up, you can just jam something in between the digits and break it. They're really easy to fuck up. Like a padlock may be slightly harder to pick sometimes, but the thing about padlocks is that they're heavy and they're strong, right? So, usually... Oh, so you want to break property? Yeah! Hell yeah, I do! Hell yeah, I do! If it's 0 to 9, there are possible options. Let's see if I can find a thingy. Oh! It really depends on the lock itself, but... Not necessarily. It's a 7-digit one, right? I don't think I will be able to find the right one. But I can show you somebody that can break it very easily. Let's see, that's just 4. I need something with more than just 4. No, that's 4 again. Looks like the most that we can find is 4. Let's see. Nope, not that one either. That's a missile control key, jeez. Look at this. A similar video where he just lodges something in there, clicks it open, and I'm like, bitch! It would just take slightly longer if you were to use a technique like that and it was a padlock one. With 7. Or was it 5?
Don't remember.
Yeah, 7. It was 7 digits. I did see that. And we already clicked on that. Let's look at the shelf. Plenty of reading material to keep passengers occupied on long sea voyages. I found a mixture of the classic literature and easy reading to be most satisfactory, I must say.
Whoever stocked this bookcase was a hopeless heretic. There's no copy of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, my dear fellows.
I'm afraid it's just me, but no. You're quite right. More blasphemous than overlooking the Bible. Wow. Wow, the localization here. Jeez.
I shall leave a copy behind. I just happen to have one with me.
You're a true missionary of the Church of Great Detectives, aren't you? So catty. Okay. The wall is slightly different color just here. Do you see?
Indeed. What you have observed arises when a frame that has been hanging for some time is removed.
Yeah?
Perhaps your friend is an art thief.
Now there's a bold deduction worthy of a great detective, I'm sure.
He may very well be the elusive thief who has been plaguing France's galleries of late.
I think perhaps we should focus our attentions elsewhere, Sholmes, don't you? That outline on the wall. I feel as though I might have spotted something of a similar shape and size elsewhere. Oh shit.
You, still here.
Ah, Able Seaman Stroganoff. Hello again.
I was beginning to think you'd never materialize.
You're waiting for me.
Of course. I was expecting you to burst in with a hearty Russian profanity far sooner.
I was trouble with Captain because you trick play before. Poor innocent chicken. It's all your fault. Ship is leaving port soon. Get off now. Yeah, they're in Dover still.
Of course. We shall disembark presently, my dear fellow, but first, there is something that must be done.
What are you talking about?
Why, naturally. The debunking of your deceit and the bearing of the truth.
Kakoi.
I'm afraid I see through your lies. For one thing, Mr. Jigoku has not yet left this vessel at all. And for another, my dear Seaman Stroganoff, you know exactly where that man is, even as we speak, don't you?
Is he on that frickin' giant-ass trunk? When we unlock it, he's just gonna go out all naked, just happy birthday to you. That's just me. That's just me. How can you?
Good gracious, Sholmes.
You mean you've worked it out? All of it? See about that.
It's really been too long, hasn't it, old friend? 10 years, no less. So, would you care for joining me for a dance? Of my inimitable logic and reasoning.
Oh fuck, I can't see this. Absolutely also features... Listen. So much romantic banter. There's so much. To call it a dance... Hello? Nothing would please me more! Mikotoba, big excited. What is this? The sight of you making my mouth water, like, come on!
Jesus! Wow!
Good lord, that's gonna be replaying in my brain for a while.
We have but minutes until the vessel puts to sea. No games now. Yeah! Time is of the essence. Mr. Stroganoff, allow me to remind you of your earlier claim. You told us that Jigoku left the ship some 2 hours ago.
That is what I said. Come on.
Sadly, that's a rather clumsy lie. You see, there is something in this room quite clearly contradicts it.
What?
Ah, yes, of course. I see if you've noted it too, Mikotoba, then please, do take the lead. What in this cabin shows the impossibility of Jigoku having...
Oh, fuck!
Let's see what these last 3 years have done to your observational skills then, Mikotoba.
3 years? Man, they've been... What? 3 years? It's been 10 years since we last did this, Sholmes, not 3. Okay, good. Alright. I was confused there.
Why, of course it has, quite. Now, all the clues are in this cabin for your eyes to see. But as I always say, you must not merely look, but observe. Observe and the answers become clear. So, impress me.
I think I can manage that. This is great. So... Oh, you just have to present it. No, nothing else. You just gotta present it immediately.
Take that!
Excuse me? Tap dancing? Perhaps you should have cleared away that glass.
How curious. That ice shouldn't have melted despite being abandoned 2 hours ago. It would appear that the man was here in this very cabin until moments before our arrival.
Yeah, Sholmes is not fucking around at all. This is great.
With this well-chilled glass in hand.
Get your mind off the refreshments, Sholmes.
One might even conclude that somebody informed him of our boarding. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Stroganoff?
But why would Seishiro run from us?
Before we consider that question, allow me to confirm one small matter. Would it be correct in saying that the first-class cabins on the SS groups are the same ones in which you and Mr. Jigoku were accommodated in the voyage from Japan?
That's right. They are. I was in the cabin next door, and Seishiro was, yes. 50 days in this very cabin during our voyage.
As I suspected, for you see, there are traces in this cabin that dark secret that Mr. Jigoku had to hide.
What traces? I know nothing about this.
Ah, this is news to you, is it, Mr. Stroganoff? Sholmes, what exactly were you getting at? As I said, there are traces in this cabin of some nefarious activity. Something appears out of place, which I'm quite sure won't have escaped your notice.
Something out of place here.
That's the key to this, Mikotoba. The remnants of the dark deed that took place are in him, being masked by something quite what?
They gotta do this fast.
I must say, I didn't foresee ever doing this dance of deduction with you again, Mikotoba.
No, quite. But life is full of unexpected twists and turns, as we well know. Now then, let's see if I can't uncover the truth here.
Yes, you have the floor, my dear fellow.
So, a dark deed of quite incongruous. Okay, should we just point out this? I think we should just point out the thingy here. Yeah, I think that's what we have to point out. I hope so. Let me save just in case. I can't save! I can't save.
Shit!
Oh well, here we go.
Take that!
I can't believe he fucking tap dances.
I can't handle this anymore! I gotta save!
I can't believe he tap dances. This is great. I love it. Miko tap dancing. Miko tap dancing. Here's the rules of passage in this frame here. They're obviously out of place. The way they're hanging crooked on the wall, as if they were put in there, put there in a hurry. Is there a hole in there?
Ah, yes. As I'm sure you already concluded. That frame was originally over here. The shape and size are a perfect match.
Ah, you're right. Fuck, I can't do accents.
When did frame move? Only the most observant of crewmen are you, Mr. Stroganoff. I would think that your captain is quite justified in having reservations about your reliability.
Reliability? Oh dear. That really seemed to touch a nerve.
So, Mikotoba, why don't you lift that frame off the wall?
Aha! Well. That looks like a bullet hole. Here.
What? Who's been shooting walls? I see, the projectile has been removed. Clearly the careful occupant of this room has already disposed of it. Now then, Mr. Stroganoff. I have the distinct impression that you are attempting to shield said occupant. I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I try to protect a stranger?
Big money, maybe.
Ah, so we're talking about the same man, I see. Good. I'm sure we can get to the bottom of this in no time, aren't you? Because there's some very noteworthy evidence that explains the reason why you're lying for the man. Yes. You've been told to keep this pretense as clearly shown by...
I really don't know how to approach this one, Sholmes.
Ah, my dear Mikotoba. Simply keep the first principles in mind. Study your subject from every angle. And I'm quite sure you'll see it. In fact, I'd put a wager on it.
So I am to glare at the fellow from all sides? Well, I can certainly do that. He's like, that's a little uncomfortable, but okay. Ah. Big money! Big money, there it is. Oh, this is great. This is freaking awesome.
Take that!
It's almost too obvious for words. Nice ass.
Quite. The universal language of the world. Money. Thick bread on thicker buns.
I'd wager that the Eastern fellow in question is Seishiro Jigoku, is yes? So, I presume you realize what this means. There are clear signs that a crime has been committed in this cabin. And the way you're going, sir, you'll find yourself accused of being an accomplice.
But... I believe you know, Mr. Stroganoff. You know where Mr. Jigoku is hiding in this precise moment in time.
Wow, he really had to look down.
As always, Mikotoba, in matters of deduction, the furtive glance is your unflattering ally.
Faltering, unfaltering. Yes, I think you're onto something there, Sholmes. I think you found a chink in this. Wait, okay. I almost thought I said a slur there. Jeez, video game. This burly fellow's armor. Jeez, I better freaking read the whole sentence before I keep going. Christ.
The slightest flicker of the pupils. A minutely delayed blink. Nothing escapes my attention. Even that which is barely perceptible.
You could hardly call this barely perceptible, Sholmes. The man turns his whole entire head. Yeah, his dance is great. No shit, no bullshit whatsoever. It's not exactly what you describe as a furtive glance, is it? It's almost too obvious.
We shall let your tapping toes decide, my dear fellows.
We only need to follow the man's gaze to know where the prey is hiding. This is. Oh, I can't go down. I have to just point down. All right.
Take that!
Tippy tappies. Unbelievable. You turned immediately to look at this large trunk, didn't you? The truth is, Seishiro Jigoku was unable to escape the ship in time. And is at this very moment doing his best to stifle his breath inside this trunk.
If he still has a breath to take, I fear that he may be running dangerously low on air. I imagine he didn't count on us making a nuisance of ourselves for quite so long. I think it would be in everyone's best interest for us to open the trunk as quickly as possible.
But how can we? Are you forgetting about the combination lock? We don't even know the 7-digit code.
The combination lock can be opened from the inside the trunk. Therefore, there must have been an arrangement for somebody to open it after the departure.
Of course.
In short, before Jigoku hid himself inside that trunk, he must have told somebody the 7-digit number for the lock. And I'm sure you can confirm, Mr. Stroganoff.
No, I do not know anything about combination lock. Good cold.
Don't move a muscle, my good seaman. Huh? Now, Mikotoba, would you do the honors and open the trunk?
How on earth do you expect me?
The 7-digit number, remember. Quickly now. We have little time.
All right. 563 5. Wait. Fuck. It's 563 It's upside down. So it's 5, 6. Wait. There's no 6. The fuck? So what is that number then? What is that weird number? Is it a 0? I guess it's a 0. We know that this one has to be another 5. This is 4. Another 0. And this is a 1. I think this is what it is. Oh, you can review the scene. Cool. 503. Oh, wait. 10. Fuck! Let's go. 5031045. Did I get it right? 5031045. Yeah, I think I got it right. Unless it's backwards. But I don't think it would make sense that way, would it? Huh. It's kind of funny how they had to, like, somehow make it look like an E. But it can also be confused for a 6 or a 9. Alright. I think I'm gonna do it like that.
Take that!
No! Oh, it is straight how it is out like that. Okay. No, it's refusing to open.
Tell me, what number did you use?
Well, to begin with, I thought I might try my birthday.
Your birthday. Interesting. Since as of today, with that observed guesswork, you're dead to me. Wow! Ah!
As measured as ever in response shows. Look at the E again. But there's only 0 to 5, dude. It's only 0 to 5. Look. So why do I have to look at the E again? Or do I just have the number backwards? I just have the number backwards. So, let's just do it backwards here. 0, 1. Wait, 0, 1, 3, 0, 5. So yeah. I don't know why I had to look at the E again. Because my reasoning... Oh, I got it. I just don't know if it should be a hint. I did it backwards because the way... So, my logic is, if he wrote it like that, why would it not be upside down? Basically. That's all that I was attempting here. But you know. Let's try it. Really? I don't see it. Oh, that's supposed to be a 2? Man, I don't write the 2 like that. I don't write the 2 like that at all. Is it still upside down? Alright, I think I got that. It's just really confusing to write the 2 like that, because A's are also can be written that way. So it makes me go, No, I just completely forgot that they can be written that way.
Take that!
It's just so rare to see. Yeah, look, the A looks exactly how that 2 is written. Especially with the font that I have now, the default Twitch font. Yeah, that makes me really confused. Man, do I just really have dyslexia? Because that's one reason why they stopped writing it that way. Because people with dyslexia will see that and go, what the fuck? Is that A? B? What is that? That did it, it's open. You had to meddle. Oh man, I hope he doesn't have a gun. He better not have a gun with him. Hi. With the hat on, eh? Well, Eugene, you found me now. Good. Seishiro. I was really hoping beyond the hope not to find you here, you know. But you're not entirely unsurprised, I take it. No, quite. I just wish it was some other way. Ow, coño.
Well, are you ever going to introduce me?
Ah, your reputation precedes you, Mr. Sholmes. I've read your stories of many of your exploits. Excuse my manners, Sholmes. This is Mr. Jigoku, my old friend and traveling companion.
The devil's in the details, Mikotoba. I believe you meant to say your old friend and traveling companion.
What's That's exactly what he said, though. That is exactly what he just said.
Who made the cowardly decision to flee the country without a word of to anyone when things turned sour?
Okay. That's not exactly a detail missed. I see my reputation precedes me as well. He's very obnoxious. I love him. I want to put him in a freaking locker. I just want to lock him in there. Just shove him in there. What an honor. Well, Seishiro, how are you going to explain all this? You know it all by now, I imagine. What you didn't know, of course, is that 3 days ago, on the night before our arrival in Britain, an attempt was made on my life here on this very ship. By the Reaper of the Bailey, yes, I've since heard. Because you were once prosecuted by the Reaper, weren't you? 10 years ago now, mind you. And I had no idea at the time what a dangerous individual he was. Anyway, when we arrived in London to find the symposium was postponed until goodness knows when. Okay. It became all too apparent to me that I might as very well be targeted again. So you decided to flee the capital without saying a word to me about it. I'm afraid so, yes. Of course, I realize now that I really ought to confide it in you.
It's somewhat surprising, I must say.
What is?
Well, your first-class cabins aboard luxury steamships are in very short supply. It's more than a little hard to believe that this one just happened to be available.
So says the protagonist of some colorful short stories. Well, I don't care for your opinion. The cabin did just happen to be available, so I purchased a ticket, and here I am. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. Also, there was a gun. There was a gunshot. Get him, Sholmes. I have just seen for myself the obvious remnants of the incident in this cabin. So you already purchased your ticket before we even docked in Dover, had you? To prevent anyone else from this cabin and seeing the evidence, is that it? Eugene, I have nothing to say to you.
Well, in a mere 5 minutes, the ship will set off on its onward voyage and not make port again until Italy. I'm afraid we must insist that you disembark with us at once.
You have no jurisdiction over my movements. Well, shit. We have this, Seishiro. Take it. Oh, what's this? What is it? It's a subpoena from the Old Bailey. You're a man of the law. You know what the ramifications of ignoring a document like this from a British courts would be.
Yes. Your diplomatic immunity will not fucking stop me from doing this.
You came prepared then, Eugene. Come on, let's go. Yeah, this sprite is very good. This pose.
One moment.
What is it, Sholmes?
Inside Mr. Jigoku's trunk, I found this rather fascinating trinket.
That is a fascinating little trinket. What is that? Seishiro. I can't help you, I'm afraid. Some small component from something. But what, I have no idea. But the look on his face, I think he genuinely doesn't know.
Well, let us pocket this small souvenir of our brief sojourn in France.
Alright. Well, young Naruhodo, I think we've done as much as we can, I'm afraid. The rest will be on the shoulders of you and your assistant. That was great. Did not expect him to be tap dancing. Did not expect him to be all tap dancing. It's adorable. Kazuma Asogi, I know you, and I know you wouldn't lie, but still, there's no doubt that you're holding something back. I know you. I know more than you know more than you're saying. So, if it kind of seems that Gregson might have taken out the gun and shot, maybe missed, got attacked, and therefore missed. We'll see. During the past 30 minutes while this court was adjourned, all possible efforts were expended. But sadly, Mr. Jigoku's whereabouts could not be ascertained. We must accept the unfortunate conclusion that the Reaper has already done the deed. There's no sense in wasting any more of the court's time. The prosecution calls for an immediate verdict. Wait for like 2 minutes, my lord. That actually won't be possible. Because they're in Dover. Even 5 minutes won't be enough.
Objection!
No, the trial cannot end now. You're a Japanese man, Ryunosuke. You should know when to lay down your sword. And you should know never to presume when the battle is won. Ah! The boyfriends are fighting. The court has already been presented with all the evidence and heard from all relevant testimony. And there can only be one conclusion. That the accused is guilty. All relevant testimony. Far from it. There's still a crucial witness, from whom the court is yet to hear a single word of testimony. In that case, call your witness to the stand at once, counsel. Oh boy. Come on, Naruhodo. Get the big cojones, put on those big pantalones, man. Tomorrow, see? They need time. They need the time to travel. Yes, my lord. Tomorrow, if possible.
The witness is already on his way, and is scheduled to arrive tomorrow.
Who on earth is this crucial witness? Seishiro Jigoku. The very man allegedly murdered by the Reaper. Judge Jigoku, you found him! Big found. But the investigations of every policing resource in the capital suggest that Jigoku is already dead. How in the name of God did you find the man? He was located in France during the recess at the port. Okay, so they were in France. Oh, all right. Jeez. Thanks to one of Herlock Sholmes' famous deductions. Herlock Sholmes. Inspector Gregson almost certainly met with Mr. Jigoku on the night of his death. Along with Professor Asogi. Prosecutor Asogi. Fuck. Can't read. Gregson was on a mission to assassinate the man. Alright. Which means that Seishiro Jigoku is the sole witness, who can clarify exactly what happened aboard the SS Grus on 31st October. Well, it would appear that it's too soon to move to adjudication at this point. The prosecution concurs. The court must hear Mr. Jigoku's testimony. No judgment should be passed until all testimony has been considered.
In that case, I hereby call an end to today's proceedings. Court will reconvene the same hour tomorrow. No objections from either side.
No, my lord.
No objections, my lord. We live to fight another day. By the skin of our teeth.
He's like, ah! Woo! Alright. Man, the more I think about it... Oh! You know what I just found out? The director for Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice? He's no longer working in Capcom. So I'm like, oh shit! Oh fuck! I don't know what happened to the writers though, because there was more than just one writer. But yeah, he's no longer working at Capcom. Yeah, he left a while ago, but I didn't know that. Man. Investigation! Oh my god, more investigation.
The unexpected halt of proceedings sent a clamor around the courtroom. But outside the Bailey, where Londoners knew nothing about the secret trial within, it was a typical still night. Then, at a little past 8 o'clock that evening...
I hope Takumi is up for Ace Attorney 7, or maybe Great Ace Attorney 3, because let me tell you, Ace Attorney 7 is better off as a reboot. Because the more I thought about it, the more convoluted everything is. Like, everybody just has way too much backstory at this point. Everybody just has way too much bullshit to sort out. I much rather have a Great Ace Attorney 3. 3, my lord. I like living without Larry. Oh my god.
Then a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street.
That's a big ol' meal. Oh man, oh, I'm hungry. I'm hungry, dude. I want to eat that. Toiki. Oh, I forgot that it's pretty much almost Thanksgiving. So yeah, big Thanksgiving dinner pretty much. Hey! The two boys. Layton versus Wright was perfect since it was so divorced by all the series history. I want Great Ace Attorney 3, but I don't know how to make one without majorly spoiling Great Ace Attorney 2. You have zero excuses, though, to not play this game. Not to mention, you guys, I've known about Ace Attorney for years, and I somehow was not spoiled for most of it. So, I think people will be fine. I think there's still enjoyment to be had.
Britain doesn't do that though, right?
Who cares? It's fall food. Fall food. Thanksgiving food. Freaking fall food. I think they can continue on. Even if they spoil it. I don't know how much, minus Phoenix being a little shit. And also Larry being a fuckboy. Oh my god. It's good. It's good trilogy though. It is definitely, compared to this, you're spoiling yourself right now with this game. Cause this game has figured out how to write out these scenarios. since GS3. What's GS3? Like, the writing is weird. Oh, great. Ace Attorney 3. Yeah, that's, Trials and Tribulation. Right now, King of Skills is like,
Gyakuten Saiban. His name is Naruhodo. Ryuichi Naruhodo.
fucking... You instead of going JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, you're like, Jojo na kinyo na boken. You're just going really hard on the Japanese. And I'm like, I get it. You know the original name of it. Good for you. Jojo na kinyo na boken. I just find it funny because I'm always like, what are you talking about? What is that thing? What is that? Demon Slayer Pixie. I know what that is. I'm just a little shit. Don't worry about it. No, I'm a piece of shit. Oh my god. Don't worry. I'm just that asshole. Oh man.
We have returned, my dear fellows.
Welcome back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help.
Think nothing of it. I believe you had even more wearing day than Mikotoba and I know.
You could say that. We were on the brink of defeat in court earlier.
So this prosecutor Sogi had you on the ropes, did he? And he's your best friend, you say?
Well, he's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Kasuma's changed.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo.
I mean, it's incredible. To think that he'd even entertain the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin. Listen, you guys only knew each other for a year. A year! Maybe even less than that, because the only class you shared is the freaking English. So, you know, you went on dates maybe, but that's it.
Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, I've only ever met the young man as a corpse.
And all this started almost a year ago now. He was just a side chick? Oh my god! I mean, Susato feels the same way, like, who is this guy? Mr. Sherm still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then. About the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's lie.
Now then, I must say, it's really quite a journey all the way to France.
Well, it's another country, Mr. Sholmes. So, what news of Judge Jigoku?
It's such a hard name to say. Jigoku. Jigoku. We took him to Scotland Yard. The investigating detectives there have a lot of questions for the man. It's the new JJJ. Jigoku. Poor Professor Mikotoba. This must be quite a shock for him.
Ah, yes. I picked this up at the telegraph office on our way home.
What is it?
Surely you haven't forgotten already. I put upon you for the matter only yesterday.
You put upon me, Sholmes. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan, and I foot the bill as well. Ah, the pain of always
What of Judge Goku?
Jigoku.
Oh, you've had a reply already.
That was so urgent, though. What was so urgent, though, Mr. Sholmes?
Such matters can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for be involved in conversation at present.
I'm also hungry.
Well, that's good news. Because supper is ready, everyone.
That's supper?
Ah, and what a feast it is. If I am none the wiser, I think the trial were won already. Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak, and kidney pie, Yorkshire pudding.
Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up.
In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here. This place appears to be the only one with a helping of pheasant as well.
I'm sorry, Harley, not there.
Why ever not? Are we in set places this evening?
Yes. And that place is for Susie's daddy.
For me.
That's right. I made it especially for you, Professor Mikey.
Oh, so cute. Oh, Susie's nicknames are adorable. I can't. Oh. Susie. Iris, you son of.
You child. I'm gonna put this child away. I'm just gonna freaking yeet her out of this room. So cute. Mikotoba called him the rat's name. Fucking, I said Mikey instead of Mickey, but what do you prefer, Mickey or Mikey? Shrug. I guess we'll go with Mickey. Only people with right deductions get pheasant. I see. Well, that's terribly kind of you.
It's a shame, really.
Makey? Makey? Or are you saying Mikey? I hate English so much. I hate English so fucking much. Cause you guys just pronounce things however the fuck you want to pronounce them. A is not ah half the time. O is not O. Ooh is not ooh all half the time either. I hate it. Boy, you would hate Texas. I already do, thank you. Mikey. Machaca. Man Shack there? It's Manchaca. Manchaca. How is that Man Shack? When I'm talking with people on the phone, when I'm doing the customer service job, it's so painful. It's so painful sometimes because people just pronounce things and I just go, what the fuck did you just say? How do you spell that? It is a goddamn... It's a man shack because white people are fucking lazy, low. Quesadilla. Quesadilla. Tortilla.
It's a shame, really.
What do you mean?
Well, for a brief moment, I believed it. That Susie and I will have sisters, I mean.
Aww. Adorable. Sweetie. Yeah, he's not your dad.
Oh,
Sholmes is like, oh shit. She's getting a little too smart for me now. Oh no. She wants family. She wants family.
Iris, do you mean?
Yes, I know now. I overheard yesterday. I secretly listened into your conversation you had. After I tricked all of you thinking I left.
Because I am a little gremlin.
Iris is such a gremlin. I love her though.
What?
Bye, Sholmes. The misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. But actually, it turned out neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Mikatoba are Iris's father.
Yes, about that, Iris. You know, I
know. You can't tell me at the moment.
Don't worry, Iris. It's Clint. It's fucking Clint.
Oh, Iris.
The pheasant is by way of an apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping.
Nah, don't worry about it. Oh, no. That's quite alright.
Then why don't I get any apology? Me! I want pheasant!
Oh my god. I love Sholmes so much. He wants pheasant! Give him the fucking bird! I wanna be... I'm dad too. Give me the food. So, just who is Iris's father? I suppose that's not something we'll be finding out today.
So then, let us dine. While our largely pheasant-lit place are still piping hot.
Man, he's gonna be so angry. He's gonna be staring at Mikatoba, and Mikatoba is gonna be like, here, have some fucking pheasant. Stop looking at me like that. Bet her dad is one of the unanswered questions. I don't think it's gonna be unanswered. I think it's gonna be, like, clued in by the ending. Like, by the very end. It's like, here you go, wow! A fine idea, Sholmes. It all looks absolutely delicious.
Eat as much as you like. There's always seconds.
And I wish I knew how to cook all that shit. Actually, no, I do know how to cook most of this. Except maybe the pie. This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial. About that telegram from Japan, and about Kazuma. I can't let this opportunity slip away. Time to talk with everybody. That's really good. I love that. That's really good. Very pissy. He doesn't get pheasant. Also, very nice to see the time of the day there. This is so good. I love it. Look at this boy. I miss it when we would see him like doing weird shit in the corner of the room. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing?
Certainly it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikatoba's refusal to share his pheasant with me.
Mikatoba! Just give him a wing! He's so pissy because his freaking boyfriend, who he hasn't seen in 10 years, won't share food with him.
Refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes.
Sorry, Hurley, but I cooked that pheasant specially for Susie's daddy.
Even though I played the role of father for you for far longer.
Or like a tiny piece of meat, which is actually less mediocre in turkey. Mr. Sholmes, could I discuss some things with you?
Certainly, my dear fellow. I find quite myself in the mood for a spell of conversation. No doubt, you're hungry for even more of my deep love of game.
I want pheasant so bad. I'm getting hungry. I can probably contain my curiosity on that one.
You needn't look at me in that fashion.
In what fashion?
It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss.
Did he make a pun? Is that a dad pun? Unpleasant, unpheasant? Sholmes has evolved to dad. Sholmes, please. Let's converse. Where's your boyfriend, Sholmes? Also, before we proceed, I have something very important to do. Almost life-threatening. Almost. So let me pull up the image, so you know that I am away, doing very important things. Like this. Imagine this, but it's red. That's me right now. Be right back. And I have so Streamlabs decided to not obey me. Streamlabs just decided to go, fuck you, Paxi, for no reason. Literally no reason. I couldn't start Streamlabs. It wasn't the internet, it was Streamlabs. It was not the game, it was not the internet. It was just Streamlabs. Just being very pissy. So now there's gonna be this awkward little cut where I put this in the continuation and people are gonna be like, what? Paxi went from a piss break and now they're talking about Streamlabs for all of a sudden. So that's gonna be funny to put those two videos together. That's gonna suck. But oh well. What we do, eh? So where should we start? Should I wait for a second? Streamlabs said, fuck your VUD. Oh man, it sure frickin' did. It sure freaking did. And it's gonna be a pain in the ass to put the videos together because these videos are more than an hour long each. It sucks. Oh well. At least my computer can handle it, but it's still annoying. Oh well. Anyway, welcome back. Thank you for sticking around that long. I have no idea if everybody left, but that's okay. That's alright. It happens. I'll just keep going. Why not? Telegram from Japan. So what was it in the telegram that you received from from Japan then?
Ah, this. I think my lucky stars has arrived in time. Record found as indicated. Duplicate follows. K. Isugi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson.
What? There's 4 names. We've come across that exact same list before. It came up in that unforgettable case last spring. What appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be masking monumental intrigue. People who must perish. Yeah, that's exactly what I said before, that it was a hit list, eh? It would seem to be a hit list. A plot that involved the sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states. In exposing the means by which those secrets were being leaked, we deciphered a fragment of the message. Keisogi A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. But we didn't find the names out. We didn't find the names out until the case was over, and we never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was that the information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. Probably to Seiichiro. So, why are the names coming up again now?
Yes. Where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Mr. Sholmes?
I have here the message that I had wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. Enter Judge Jigoku's office undetected and investigate telegram records. Expect to find communication from Britain dated 1 year ago.
Well, well, well.
List of 4 names. Need by tomorrow. Naruhodo.
Wait, did you just... What? Oh, you sent it. Okay.
Naruhodo! Why would you use Naruhodo again?
I sent it to a detective I know who specializes in clandestine missions of this nature.
You asked Inspector Hosonaga to undertake such an onerous task for you.
I like how they used that version of Hosonaga and not the sailor version and not the freaking the waiter version. No, it has to be the last one. It's his swimming one, yeah. It is technically the last time we saw him, so yeah. And in my name, I wonder what guise he opted for this time.
My dear fellows, it is a matter of great urgency, you understand.
Anyway, the list of names was found in Seishiro's office, as Sholmes predicted. So you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was?
It was sent to Judge Jigoku. He was the intended recipient.
I don't believe it.
But that doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies.
I did formulate a hypothesis about that. But without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it.
Mr. Sholmes. Looks deadly serious for once. Is it a hit list like I surmised in the very beginning? Come on. Come on. Come on. It makes sense when you think about it. These are all... What do they all have in common? They were all dead once. At least for Kazuma here. That's what they all have in common. Also like that Hosonaga is there. We need more Hosonaga. Also, let's look at this thing. It's this weird little knob. You see these little things all over the place, don't you? It's the part on the top pocket watch that you twist to set the time, isn't it?
It's called the crown, I believe. A watch would be quite useless without one.
Oh, okay. The crown? Like, what sits on top of a monarch's head? That's a very grand name for such a tiny part. But actually...
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo.
If this is a crown, I have a feeling I might have seen a monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head.
If by monarch you mean pocket watch, then I'm quite sure you have.
Alright. So that belongs to this little thing. Alright, yeah, it is missing that thing. Of course. What do you think, Mr. Sato?
I feel sure I know exactly what will fit here.
Really? I was just thinking precisely the same thing.
We're about to see that little round component. It's actually part of Inspector Gregson's broken pocket watch.
Really? And I was thinking precisely that too. And... boop.
A perfect fit.
I knew it. Alright, perhaps you knew it.
I'll make a note of this new information at once.
Alright. Man, so much evidence. So much evidence. Oh yeah, let's look at this. Evacuation drill notice 31st October. Following departure from Port of Dunkirk, all crew members are required to assemble on the main deck at 10 p.m. in order to review evacuation procedures. The drill will take 20 minutes. Crew to assume duties as soon as the drill is over. Alrighty then. Also, I want to look at this. Just want to look at this. It's so up close, you know? It's way more up close than you want it to be. Look at those things. Look at those badges. Amazing. Look at that one little sweat drop. Alright. Kazuma's death. That tragedy we had to go through in the SS Booyah. It was all for nothing. Kazuma wasn't dead at all. We were merely completely taken in by the lie you told us. Your great detective's lie.
I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, all that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost.
What?
I capitalized on the events that transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan.
Well, shit.
His remains, you mean?
Precisely, Mr. Sato. And then I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead.
Oh my, you mean?
The arrangement between our two countries was already in place. One university student lawyer and one judicial assistant to be accompanied on our study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended by Mr. Asogi, I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years at least.
Wait, do you mean to say that? It was all in the aid of stopping Kazuma coming to Britain. That's why you...
Think back, Mr. Naruto. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue the voyage to England?
He sure did. I guess he recognized the last name immediately. He was like, Asogi. Oh fuck, it's this guy. Oh no! Gotta keep him away. Alright. Don't worry, video game. Even though this happened on the prior game, I remember. Don't worry about it. Pretty wild that he lucked out that there was another dude here. Like, what would have happened if Naruhodo wasn't here in the first place? So, you manipulated me.
I've often remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man. I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend.
I don't believe it. Woman.
But if it was all contrived... I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as murder. A woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her?
Naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. I subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she sought.
I seem to remember Mr. Sato and I had some rather strong words for her.
Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure.
I wonder if she made it to America then. We feel so bad for her now. I'm glad that they mentioned that. That they feel really, really bad about, oh, we said some shit to her.
I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Sholmes? Why would you so determined to stop Kazuma-sama from reaching Britain?
The truth is, 12 months ago.
At worst, yeah, you're right. Yeah, we're back. Sorry about that, guys. Streamlabs decided to die. Just completely die.
There was already a very tangible omen of the impending tragedy you see.
Oh,
An omen at this very moment in time is close at hand.
An omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago is close at hand. I need to find out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows. Alrighty then. Should we present some stuff? No, I think that was just stealth mentoring. At this point, the fact that he's just a little shit. What was the reason? An omen. An omen of sorts. There was no room for doubt that with your instructions in this telegram, Mr. Sholmes, you knew very clear that was Judge Jigoku's office that should be searched, so you obviously knew that that's where the list of names would be found.
Kyosogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson.
I mean, couldn't he have been murdered in Japan too? Maybe. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see what the omen really is. I think this is all trailing back to Strongheart. And the fact that he has a lot of power. But we only learnt of those 4 names just over 6 months ago now. And only because they appeared as a part of the top secret government communications that were leaked.
That's true, yes. But at the time, you were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan. Around 6 months before that, approximately this time last year in fact, when you were both still in Japan. It really should be hypocrisy on my part to reprove others from intercepting state secrets. Because after all, I perpetually eavesdropping on communications between...
I'm perpetually doing that! Oh my god! Fucking Sholmes is like government secrets. I must know. This freaking rat.
Between British and Japanese governments.
You're perpetually doing what? How?
Never mind the details, but you should know. No secret is safe from Hemlock Sholmes when he has designs on knowing it.
Oh my, Mr. Sholmes, what a fabulous line!
Now, 1 month after the list of names were wired to the recipient Jigoku in Japan, Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered.
Okay. It's a hit list. It is most definitely a hit list.
As soon as I learned of the incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partially correct and partially mistaken.
Okay.
Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all tragic events that were to follow.
Mr. Sholmes, please. Tell us all you know. Tell us about the four names, and the tragedy of which they were all somehow connected.
I like how it was the hit list name killing the other for some damn reason. Well, we know that Asa Shin is just a hit woman. That's just her profession. But she definitely does not work for Jigoku. She works for Strongheart. I think this was all just Strongheart telling Jigoku, hey, these people should all be dead. Hop to it. So they hired her to do a hit and then got hit herself. Well, she didn't get hit herself. She was still very much alive, but remember the reporter? Who's actually fucking awesome? Remember him? He was like, fuck this bitch. He was like, fuck this racist ass bitch. So she had it coming. Really? And she died with a smile too, which is badass as fuck. Reporter man is a legend. I forgot his name. Memento? Memenmoto or something like that? It was something like, you know, like a note. He writes on notes. In the end. I guess Stronger got what he wanted. Many memo, yeah. Yeah. Show him, spill. Give me your knowledge.
As I said, I learned that Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan. My mind immediately turned to the full names, because you see...
Also, doesn't it makes a lot of sense that Sholmes isn't distraught over Wilson? Like, now it makes even more sense that Sholmes is totally cool with Wilson being dead. They were never a thing in the first place. God. Also, by the way, I love that freaking Shutakumi was like, fuck you, Wilson was Japanese. Fuck you, Wilson is a Japanese name and I'm gonna call him Mikotoba. He seemed not cool earlier in the last game, I think. Yeah, but I mean, like, more distraught over it. Like, I lost my big friend or some shit. Didn't really seem that way to me.
My mind immediately turned to those four names, because you see... there was someone else on that list, who I believe to be recently deceased.
What? Who?
A Shin, as it was transcribed in the Japanese script. In actual fact, Miss Asa Shin. That was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer, well known among London's unsavory classes.
Oh, I see.
But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed. And accordingly, I became fearful for the lives of the remaining two persons on the list.
Oh, Kayosogi and T. Gregson.
Owing to our proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself. but I determined it would be safest of young Osogi were to stay away from Britain.
Okay. Okay. Alrighty then. So that's why you went to such lengths to prevent his study tour from going ahead. But he could have been killed in Japan though, so...
Exactly.
So, you already knew who Kazuma-sama was, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh yes. Sholmes and I have exchanged correspondence for years. I recounted many tales about Osogi to him in my letters. And the news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course. Sorry, Iris, that you had to hear it like this. But hey, good news! He isn't your dad! Yay!
So, Dr. Wilson is dead then? I didn't know.
Oh, Iris.
I knew he wasn't my daddy, but still, that's very sad.
I'm so sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you.
No,
But what you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, doesn't completely tie with the facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis.
A big hole, Mr. Naruto. Hole.
The hole. Ah, yes. You mean about Asa Shin, I presume?
Oh, of course.
Exactly. She wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan, posing as a visiting student under the assumed name of Giselle Brett.
I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow. But I only became aware of that fact 2 days ago, in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel.
Okay.
And upon hearing that startling revelation, the hypothesis that I formed surrounding those 4 names was completely turned topsy.
What? Topsy? What do you mean when you say that your hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Sholmes?
I had believed the 4 names on the list were names of victims. However, I was mistaken.
Very much so. Asa Shin was the killer. So this telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it? Ah! Oh! Kazuma! Kazu, no! Kazuma! Oh! Kazuma, no! Whoa! Kazu! No! Say it ain't so! Like father, like son. Dang.
Indeed, it would seem that Miss Shin was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson. Her visiting student status being merely a front.
God.
Which would of course explain why there's no motive would be determined for her actions.
So the real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by Asa Shin is because he was the target of an assassination. Why you gotta be like this, Kazuma? Why?
And the forearmed with that knowledge, fresh consideration of this telegram puts the list in a very different perspective.
What do you mean?
Well, does it not strike you that there's another among the 4 who subsequently became a visiting student? Wait, you mean? But of course, a name you know only too well.
You mean Kazuma?
Oh!
He did say in court earlier today. Yeah, he does not suspect it at all. Uh-huh. Carry out a mission. Assassination of the Mark, really dodging it. Really like how the game made you think it was only a hit list. Yeah, really cool. Has everyone recovered from Shomes and Mikotoba's synchronized nap yesterday? Yes. Love the Mikotoba actually dances. Tap dances.
Young Mr. Asogi accepted that mission a year ago now.
Surely not.
In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, one might say, detailing an assassin exchange.
An assassin exchange? How could Kazuma possibly have gotten involved in something like that?
Let's assume then we have two parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. Those two parties then make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. That would then be an assassin exchange.
So to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Japan, where she kills her target. And then the Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate his target. It certainly does sound like an exchange.
I hope they're not going with the fact that this happened 10 years ago as well. Because I still want to posit that Mr. Asogi, didn't do shit. But let's see. But what on earth is the point? Don't forget, Naruto, that the British assassin at least escaped conviction, thanks to diplomatic immunity afforded by consular jurisdiction. Oh yes. Such jurisdiction should be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between the two countries. Our two countries. So the fact that it was brought into play suggests intervention at the very highest levels. The highest levels?
These matters were two sides of the same coin, linked not by common motive, but by contractual agreement. As such, they appeared utterly unrelated, yet in truth, the assassins were complicit in one single devilish scheme. That this association and the safeguard of diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot.
But wait a minute, Shomes. If this telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins that you're suggesting, it would mean that the Japanese killer's target was never Seishiro Jigoku at all. It would mean Asogi's target was actually Inspector Gregson. What? Kazuma was here for Gregson? So Judge Jigoku wasn't actually the mark. Man, you catch up slow.
Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe.
Aw, Sholmes.
Mr. Sholmes.
I told him of my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to an overseas position. Obviously, with a young pickpocket in tow.
Yes, Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that to us in the Great Exhibition. That he'd be transferring to the Paris police and taking Gina with him.
But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. And sadly, it turned out to be his very last.
This is too much to take in.
Iris is like, okay, gotta make this alright. There's still food on the table, boys.
Alright, everyone, that's enough of this, all that serious talk for one day. Isn't it, Hurley? I mean, look at the time.
Go to sleep.
Ah, quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow.
What preparations? Well, I think I shall make my way back to my hotel room now.
No, stay here. Stay. Stay.
There's certainly been a night to remember.
It is. A little bit sad, though. I mean, I like the idea of you being my daddy. Because then Susie would have been my big sister.
You're adorable, Iris. I'm so sorry, Iris.
I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing.
Aww.
Were you?
But if somebody like me would be worthy, I would be delighted to become your sister.
Aww. Disgusting. Found family shit.
What? Really?
Oh yes, without question.
So, you'll teach me all the ways you know to Fuck. You know to throw Runo onto the floor.
Yes, of course. It would be my pleasure.
No, Runo, fucking Ryunosuke, run away. I didn't have to agree you didn't have to agree quite so readily.
Oh, but wait a minute. If Susie's going to be my big sister, you could be my big brother if you want, Runo.
Yeah, huh? I mean, yes, of course. If you'll have me, I'll gladly be your brother. Ah, adorable.
Well done, Iris. We must always be mindful of me
Feelings? Sholmes, you don't have to be so savage.
Yeah, don't leave him behind.
I raised you so well.
God. Because being sensitive is your strong suit naturally. Holy shit, can you hear that cicada? It's going bananas.
Right. I'm going to work extra hard for tomorrow now. Because it's for my big brother and sister.
What is all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Preparing what? Huh?
You'll just have to wait and see.
Oh.
Good luck in court tomorrow. I'm expecting a sterling performance.
I'll do my very best, of course. Kick the shit out of Kazuma time. So the overnight break in the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point, exposing new truths. It was posing new conundrums. That list of all names on the telegram in Judge Jigoku's office. And the extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend had somehow become involved. I felt as though I had been plunged into even greater darkness all of a sudden. But at the same time, I felt sure that I could see the light again soon. Aww. Very cute. Because I was lucky enough to have... the most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me. Aww. A family can be 2 dads and 2 little sisters. That's it. No mom. 2 dads, 2 little sisters. Very cute. Bottom dad. Hey, listen. They're reversible. Baby, honey. They're reversible. Naruhodo really said fuck his biological family. Yeah, we never know any... We just didn't know shit about his actual family, didn't we? Nothing. He might as well be an orphan. He might as well be an orphan, dude. Might as well. He doesn't talk about it at all. Yep. Yep, that's it. My goodness. Trial Part 2. Final. I like how it's just called Final instead of Episode 5. Oh, man. What a cool name. The Resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. No. I still think that's awesome. Also, isn't it wild that this is definitely the longest motherfucking case? It is 2 episodes long. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. And the discovery that the respected Yard Inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Ah! Burn those hands. Burn them. Counsels, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue I resolve, eh?
He mentioned the name of the game. At least one part of it.
To pursue the truth to the bitter end. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's the one who did all this. I mean, listen. Who was under his tutelage? Jigoku. Under this guy. They were definitely fucking giving each other handsies, if you know what I mean. Resolve. Ah! Yes, that's my intention. He's a big part of it, alright. My lord, if I may inquire, the defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Sugi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor? I feel like Sykes was a part of it until he got that one lady arrested. I think Sykes was never a part of it. I think he was just manipulated into it. Completely manipulated. You gotta remember, he's been trying to find the Reaper. His investigation was trying to find the Reaper. Not be the Reaper. Oh, that's what you kinda meant? Well, let's see. Let's see, because we have no fucking clue. Now I'm not sure if we'll ever see Clint. Maybe he mega dead. Maybe he mega dead indeed. After all, why would these two lie, right? Yeah, Clint fucking dead. There would be no reason to lie about it. Death from a single stab wound to the heart. Other superficial external wounds indicative of a duel. Scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document and corresponding ink was found. Big sad. Big sad indeed. We'll see. On what grounds is he permitted to stay there, eh? He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this one day. Kazuma, whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. Alright. Kazuma is bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression that we're heading into very dangerous territory.
Is that really even Kazuma standing before us?
We'll see. As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume. Sure! Yes, my lord. Alright. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Barack von Sykes. The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Very well then. This preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Asogi, begin. As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls for the first witness to the stand. Bring Seishiro Jigoku into the courtroom. At last then, we've reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for that steely resolve. Because this is going to test it to the limit. Alright. Of course. Man, the moment he showed up with new clothes and everything, I'm like, man, he's gonna be a witness, ain't he? Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. So it was you who issued this, was it? A subpoena. I did what was necessary. Ah, man. Well, look at what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. My name is Seishiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as proceeding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I am of course fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Ah, it was a great honor to be involved in negotiations. I put my all into that treaty. Judge Jigoku, I must ask. Well, I never. Fancy the young murdering student turning up of all places. You acquitted me yourself. And now I'm a practicing defense lawyer. Yes. And full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. So catty. Wow. Everybody's fighting in this courtroom. Everyone. Literally everyone is up to their throat.
You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. Took flight? I have to object to that turn of phrase. Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say. Is he going to... I decline to comment. Ah, he's gonna be this kind of asshole. He's gonna be this kind of guy. Gonna exercise his right, huh? To not say a damn thing. Let me turn on the light. It's getting really dark over here. Oh. There we go. Amazing. What? Leaving the country prematurely when I was invited to a guest may be questionable etiquette. But my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I'd obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. As simple as that.
So you would run from all this?
I beg your pardon.
This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now.
A year ago in Japan? The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right. And you, Judge Jigoku, are up at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it.
He's smiling, but he's like, you son of a bitch.
Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you are resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Seishiro Jigoku is involved in this case?
The telegram from Japan?
Telegram? Let's see, evacuate. No. It's the telegram.
Telegram!
Let's save, just in casos. Just in casos, you never know, man.
Take that!
This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names: Keisogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. You little... Where did you get that? Oh my god, I kinda like him angry.
I kinda like it. Man, his beard is so freaking cool. How come you got a cool ass beard?
In Tokyo, from your office, Judge Jigoku. By the way, is the chat working? Because I don't know. Streamlabs has been very weird recently. Quite recently, so I kind of want to kick some ass, you know? I want to tell Streamlabs to behave. Let me actually type in there. Look. Okay, it works. Good. Alright. Just in case. I wasn't sure. Also, can I just say, like, give me a second here. Let me do something here. Wow. Like, Ryunosuke, your bobbies. That's quite the pout there. You got pow. What do you do? So nice, your labels. Those labels. Those buttons. Amazing. Also, the cute little rat. Gotta pet it. Gotta pet it. There you go. Judge Jigoku looks so threatening. To me, it's like a fear-borner response, really. What? How on earth did you? What's this all about? Why is my name on that list? This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. Keisogi and A. Shin are the names of assassins. No. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken by a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett, but her real name was Asa Shin. I fucking hate that name. A professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain.
Asa Shin fucking my everything up.
It's like a freaking tongue twister.
Hey Shin, and her victim J. Wilson.
And the murder that took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. The fuck you mean, no, Kazuma? You admitted to being an assassin yesterday, remember? Yeah, he just didn't think we had that telegram.
An assassin sent from Japan. Also a visiting student. Kazuma Osogi. Whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson.
Osogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other.
What exactly is the defense suggesting? These two cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What?
Yeah, he definitely didn't know about a little contract.
The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in this plan in Japan was you. Judge Jigoku, what's this all about? And you, Kazuma, you lied.
Well, more like omitted the truth.
During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged and you accepted the assassination mission. But the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all.
Okay, he might have lied about that maybe. But he didn't actually say a name.
It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard. As shown by the name on the killing contract. Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie.
Are you gonna say that? Are you gonna say what I just said?
The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips. Yes,
See what I mean? What an asshole. What an asshole. You son of a bitch. But you knew! He's so smug. I love him. I love how smug he is. All the better to break him.
The idea that Seishiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you.
You deliberately avoided saying a name.
The defense claims that the four names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange.
Him being assassin shocked me to my core. It kind of makes sense, honestly. The sword. The fact that he was on a mission. It just could be so many things. It could be so many things. And the fact that he's so different now. Also, wearing that mask? Yeah. Which, by the way, now makes me think, is that mask kind of like Assassin's Creed kind of thing? A little bit. Yeah. He was allowed a sword. Let's see.
I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself?
You son of a bitch, Strongheart. You're the one who were communicating this information. It's so obvious. Look at these two boyfriends. Just going like, you son of a bitch. Jigoku right now is having a breakup.
His silence only goes to prove his guilt.
There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of the Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Gruce.
Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court. Alright. There's no need for quite such vicious stare, young man. Very well then. As a parting gift to you all, I shall tell you everything I know. It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night of 31st October. Present your formal testimony now.
Alright, here we go. God, he's so big. Sorry.
As you wish, my lord.
He's so large. Huge. Enormous. The assassin exchange.
It's true that that Kazuma Sogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now.
The chest shading. Thank you, modelers. Thank you, Mr. Neri.
The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved.
But there was a drill. There was a drill, so you admit it then? As this communication suggests, there really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan.
A political endeavor at the highest levels. Not something I can discuss here.
To use such a worthy practice as a foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard.
Also, what is that accent?
Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge.
Oh my god. Now that I look at him more, he really does look like a Yakuza, huh? Also, what happened here to your beard over here, sir? They had to lift it up. He does look like a member of the Yakuza. Oh man. Can you imagine he takes off the frickin' suit and you see his cool fucking dragon of Dojima tattoo? Oh god. I want him to be replaced by in one of the games. I want to play as Judge Jigoku in Yakuza.
Pardon?
Sogi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know. What? Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel?
Kazuma-sama.
Judge Jigoku, if you're the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. I'm not obliged to divulge that information.
Of course not.
As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night that the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case. The crucial point is, your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London, in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Barack Van Sykes. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged. To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings.
Machiavellian? Macintosh. Macaroni and cheese. For such macaroni and cheese dealings.
Macaroni with the chicken strip.
Oh man, I could go for some macaroni and chicken strips. Time to look at that for a bit. Give me a second here. Give me a second to do it.
Macaroni with the chicken strips.
Macaroni with the chicken strips. Delicious. Big delicious. Big yummy. Big yummy indeed.
Clearly it's a plot only a government minister and a high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute. Well, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything.
Aha!
Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel?
Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. Alright. Assassin exchange. Let's press on everything, even though I kind of know where to go. Hold it! But I want to press everything anyway. A year ago, when Kazuma was still in Japan then.
Correct. It was the examination center for applicants for the study tour that I approached him. I'll never forget it. I remember exactly what you said. You just came out and asked me forthright if I considered traveling to Britain on an assassination mission.
Wow, just like that. Hey, kid! Hey, kid! Come over here. Wanna kill somebody? Hey, wanna kill someone for me? I'll give you big money.
Certainly not.
I thought it was a joke at first, of course. But then, it was made clear to me that if I didn't accept, I wouldn't be considered for the study tour.
So you agreed to it? Just for that? I mean, I know how much you wanted to study in England, but assassination?
The Empire of Japan had accepted a proposal from the British Empire at the time. An agreement to send a student from each country to the others to deepen cultural understanding and friendship. But behind the scenes, the chosen students were to be given assassination missions.
That is wild. That is his own anime.
I had no choice but to accept the proposal that originated from my British counterpart.
Why? Why didn't you expose the plot there and then?
Britain acknowledges no part in these alleged misbegotten dealings.
Wow.
I advise you not to make spurious allegations. Foreign Minister Jigoku. As a witness, I am bound to tell the truth, my lord.
Wiggle waggle. Wiggle waggle.
Anyway, I picked Asogi and explained the details of the plan to him.
Hold it!
Why Kazuma? Why did you pick him as the assassin? He was the most capable of all the applicants, and in addition, I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong. In fact, it was almost more than a desire. It was his whole purpose in life. Yes, as his best friend, I can certainly attest to that. The way he threw himself into his studies, the way he pursued becoming qualified as a lawyer, it was all ultimately for that single goal of being accepted on a study tour to Britain.
And of course, we know the reason behind that. He was determined to find out for himself the truth about his father, Genshin Asogi.
There was nothing I would have done to get here.
The Asinine Attorney DLC. What the second choice would have been? Oh, really? The second choice would have been? There's a DLC? Are you talking about the... Are you talking about the X somethings, but they didn't add that one? Hello! Kogo Bean. Mikotoba's dance. Not the escapades? They couldn't add that? Oh, that's sad. I tried taking the day off, but I couldn't. But I fucking couldn't. My brain has worms, and the worms say Ace Attorney. Puppy Mikotoba tap dancing. Also freaking Shom saying that looking at him is making his mouth water or some shit. Like, God. Ouchie, son? Oh my god, that's hilarious. Big gay. Huge gay.
There's nothing I would have done to get here. Be that agreeing to assume the role of an assassin, or betraying people's trust. Well, you certainly did a fine job of betraying mine, Asogi.
Did I miss the deduction? Yes, sorry. I'm sorry. We did the dance of deduction already, and it was awesome. Fucking tap dancing. It was fucking great. Also, no bullshit either. Sherlock is just like, no, we gotta get this done. No bullshit, but you gotta figure it out, Mikotoba. Gotta make it fun. Yeah, absolutely. Shom's being a stealth mentor.
But why was Inspector Gregson the target? I have no idea. Those were the orders from Britain. I was in no position to question them. You have no idea, really. I find that hard to believe.
Oh, do you?
Judge Jigoku was once a visiting student here in Britain himself, of course. Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson from that time.
The defense really ought to catch up. With what? With the fact that the assassin exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here. Yes, I've already admitted to recruiting Asogi.
Something happened that meant the young man was, Let's press on all of these. I'm interested.
I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Cosimo's passage to Britain in January. The awful tragedy that took place on the steamship.
And now you got this where I can show this.
Let me see this. Yes. Tap dancing intensifies. This is really pretty. Aw, this is so pretty. Oh, look at him! I love them so much. Love them so much. No kiss. No kiss. Oh my god, they were partners. And they kept in touch. Also, our house. Ugh. The fact that he said our house. God. I'm just gonna sit down for a bit and just go, wow. Wowie zowie. The awful tragedy that took place on the steamship. Word arrived in the ministry some 2 weeks after the ship's departure from our shores. The visiting student had been killed, but his body had somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. The news was wired from me from a detective I placed on the ship to accompany the assassin. Obviously, Cosimo didn't actually die at all. But he did lose his memory, including all the details about his special mission. Did you not consider dispatching another assassin at that point? That wasn't possible, simply because that black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as Asogi's replacement. And there was no way to stop him from breaching Britain. My hands were completely tied.
So Mr. Sherm's strategy worked perfectly.
He predicted everything that would happen. Months later, my memory returned. But I never intended to go through with the assassination mission anyway. So you were playing me right from the outset, were you? Is that it? I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than taking someone else's life. I was prepared to do whatever I had to in order to get myself here to Britain. This line of questioning has gone long enough. All the court should be concerned about in this testimony given by this witness are details relating to his relationship with Inspector Gregson and the victim's murder. In that case, as I've already made perfectly clear, I had no connection to the man for him or his death. And you have some means of substantiating this plea.
Even in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside of the cabin at all times, and let's press again, because we can already just, show the thingy. Outside your cabin in the first-class area of SS Gruce you made.
Yes, that's right. Not least because there was a murder of a student passenger early in the year, I imagine. The line operators have taken to posting a crewman outside of every first-class cabin door. I can confirm the presence of the crewman guard myself. What do you mean? Because I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night. I witnessed it with my own eyes. It was a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door to the witness's cabin. At that particular time, of course, I'd gone to the ship's dining room for dinner. The inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us into the cabin, while we waited for Judge Jigoku's return.
What we at? We're now trying to prove that Inspector Gregson was killed in the boat, and that the case from 10 years ago totally has things to do with it. Also, we finally might be able to indict Strongheart of doing these assassinations, of ordering these big assassinations. I suppose Inspector Gregson was there in his capacity as the Reaper. He was intending to take the witness's life. Exactly. As I've said numerous times now, I had no intention of killing anyone. So the crewman let 2 potential assassins into the cabin he was supposed to be guarding. Not the most convincing of centuries, really. In truth, those were my thoughts too. But anyway, I stayed in to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while. And then I left him there and made my way off the ship alone. Was the guard still at the door when you left? When you went? Yes, he glared at me as I walked past. You see, that proves it.
Hold it!
Alright. Last thing. The crewman who was standing directly outside your cabin door, you mean? That's right. A muscular man with a permanent grim expression on his face. He didn't once move from that spot. To be honest, I thought he was a miserable fellow. But as it happens, he's a vital witness now. There's no doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot. And it's inconceivable that a crewman standing just outside the cabin door wouldn't have heard that.
But wait, what about the ship's enormous steam engines? The noise of them could have drowned out the sound of the gun being fired.
Sadly, young judicial assistant, that won't wash.
Oh,
You will recall that my cabin was the first-class area of the ship, which is also, of course, the quietest. Don't imagine for a moment that anything like steerage where the judicial assistants go.
I didn't mean...
Wow. Time to yank one beard. One beard out of Jigoku. Okay, for a second, Lobos, for a hot second, I thought he was getting a blowjob. And I was like, whoa, 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 hey. What happened? He's kind of gay when you think about it, like, why is he showing so much skin for? Trying to attract other men. He's kind of gay when you think about it. When you think about it, he's kind of, you know. Just 2 certain Japanese fellows. He's trying to attract her. Get out.
I didn't mean...
But a hole, like that made by a bullet, was found in your cabin, Judge Jigoku. That's compelling evidence that a gun was fired in there. What's that? A bullet hole? Oh yes. They're talking about that detective uncovered on the wall yesterday, I presume. That was obviously a rotten panel eaten out by a woodworm. No doubt he'd find an actual bullet. That's the hole in this argument.
Sadly, I was unable to arrange for a crewman to be brought back to Britain with me. But obviously, if a gun had been fired in my cabin on the night in question, as the defense implies, I would have been arrested on the spot. I would have never made it to Britain in the first place. Very true. The witness's logic is sound, since no gunshot was heard from the witness's cabin on the night in question. You must assume that the witness is telling the truth.
Oh my god.
I'm glad you seen sense, my lord.
Wow, these two bastards.
I know Kazuma's already admitted to taking on this incredible assassination plot, but even so, hearing it confirmed by somebody else is still a real shock.
It's unforgivable. Using Kazuma-sama's feelings to manipulate him into agreeing to such a despicable plan.
But I think Kazuma manipulated Judge Jigoku too. He completely double-crossed him.
Oh dear. It's hard not to see it that as a stroke of brilliance on Kazuma-sama's part.
One way or another though, Gregson ended up dead.
Let me drink some water. Incredible.
I really think that the murder must have happened aboard that steamship.
So you mean...
Judge Jigoku must be lying.
I know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment. But you must destroy him.
Wow! Holy shit! Susato is like, I'm going to kill this man for hurting my biggest brother, my bigger brother. Destroy. Cease to exist. Punch him in his butthole. Oh! Alright, let's go right here. Evening in question, member of the crew was outside the cabin at all times. Are you sure about that? Doubt. Big doubt. Big doubts. Huge. Enormous doubts.
Objection!
Press X to doubt.
Yes, as the court has heard.
That.
There was a crewman posted outside Judge Jigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that's scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. What? Where did you get that? It's evidence gathered by Sherlock Holmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Sherlock Holmes again. According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m., and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grus were to gather on deck for evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts. And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one.
Oh boy. Make his metabolic processes a matter of interest only to historians! Angry. Look at how angry. Look at angerary. So angerary. In summary, Judge Jigoku.
Kick him in the nards!
I love nards. We should use that more often. Cute, right? Yeah, that's exactly the face he has right now.
Wolfman's got nards!
Oh, I fucking love that. I love that scene. I need to see that movie again. It's been a long time. He had ample opportunity to commit the crime. It's such a dumb movie.
This man's got nards.
A 20-minute window of opportunity to kick those knots. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. But it amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false.
God, stop being smug and handsome.
Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Very true. Well, counsel.
I've never heard anyone use nards other than that movie. You've heard nads, but not nards.
Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has the evidence to prove it. You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Jigoku's cabin on 31st October?
Well, well, well. What proof do I have? What proof indeed?
He died in Halloween.
Yeah, he sure did die in Halloween. In the hollows of Ween. Oh yeah, gotta enjoy this again. Gotta enjoy it again. Ah, happier times. Happier times. Let me look at this for a second. Evidence suggests measures may have been taken to disguise the time of death. Shot in the chest at close range from the front. Instant death. Scorch marks at point of entry. Exited the body from behind. Caliber of the gun matches standard use firearms members of the judiciary. Huh. I could use that. But it's probably not that. God, you keep a lot of shit in this. Badly cracked. Also, alright. I hate looking up slasher movies on Tumblr because it's filled with women who want to... Oh no. Why would you want to fuck Michael or Jason or Freddy or Leatherface? It is definitely a monster fucker kind of other... It's a different kind of monster fucker. This has nothing to do with it. Oh yeah, we have the knob. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. This was found there, right? Yep. I'm an idiot. I forgot about this. Genshin is the only serial killer we stand? Jeez. But have you seen people draw fan art of a frickin' Michael and Jason? Because man, they make them hot. And I'm like, I'm starting to see the appeal. I'm starting to see it. Uh-huh. Like, truthfully, they make them more handsome than they deserve to be. Like, Jason is just roidy as fuck and has a nice ass. Also, people want to fuck Pyramid Head. People want to fuck him. Remember, he had an ass. Remember when he had an ass? People be like that. That's not a question of why, but how.
He buff.
Buff man. People love them missiles.
Take that!
Huge sword. Huge machete. Have these people seen Jason without his mask? Does that matter? Does that matter? He's still handsome. Let the man alone. Leave him alone. That's literally the reason for his backstory. Jeez. It does not matter. Not to mention, he wears the mask all the time. Who cares? The mask stays on. He had an ass and then was like, we can't have it. No cakes. Pyramid Head can't have cake. God damn it. Truly a crime. A crime to us all. Judge Jigoku. This was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? The crown of a pocket watch. A pocket watch. And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can't be. Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch most certainly broke there. Yeah, get mad. Get big angry. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st, during the 20-minute evacuation drill, in the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku. Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, young murderer? Again, he didn't kill anybody. Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. Ah, shut up. Shut up. Stop being handsome and so annoying. What? And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. Oh, fuck! I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. Wow! Sorry. If I had known that you will result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world of your ridiculous bombast. Wow! I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. Yeah, Jigoku is freaking raw. When you hear what exactly happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall in which you've stumbled. Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledged how he was there, I presume. Yes, I do. Very well then. You think you prefer him raw? Excuse me. Condoms, please. Safety first. Safety first.
Very well then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in the cabin aboard the ship on the evening of 31st October. Of course. As a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice, except when it suits me. God. Alright, the events in the cabin. I had a guest waiting for me at the moment when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an Ippon Seoi throw, though. A step throw? Ippon is step. But I don't know what Seoi means. Ippon. So basically a judo throw. He couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken the moment when I threw him over my shoulder. It was nothing to do with this murder. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London. Are you sure about that? Okay.
What is Ippon Seoi?
A calming jujutsu. Okay, it's jujutsu. Martial arts technique in my country. Wait, let me put this back here. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. So, Ryunosuke Naruto, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can you? What? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin is in no way proves the victim's murder took place there. Actually, it still does, because it was found in the trunk. Why would that be in the trunk? Why would it be in the trunk? Come on, get yourself back up, Ryunosuke. Get yourself back up. I have no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. But if this testimony holds, Judge Jigoku will be deemed to have no involvement in the case. Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination. Okay. We're going to examine anyway. Sorry, my lord, but the defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten. In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruto. I will proceed, and I'm gonna press hard. The events in the cabin. Because the so-called guard posting at the cabin door just let your killer pass, you mean? Apparently, Gregson told the crewman he was police inspector, which was the truth, of course. He wouldn't have had his identification with him, though. He had his trench coat and mustache, not to mention the bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced. But the man accompanying him would have had 2 swords slung around his waist. You mean me? Who else? Who else carries around 2 giant-ass swords? That's all it takes to recognize someone as a cop. I mean, that's literally why Gumshoe became a detective in the first place.
they looked at him and went, yeah, you're a cop now. That's literally Gumshoe's entire thing with how he became a detective. Because he looked the part. You don't remember that line? It's a line from the older games, trust me. I remember that clearly. Like, I don't remember the exact line, but I remember there was a statement that, yeah, I looked the part. And that's it.
Yes, that's true. You would have hoped the sight of a few swords might have set some alarm bells on the guard's head.
I read that completely wrong.
The point is, I left the cabin before the occupant returned, and I immediately disembarked the ship. Certainly. All I can tell you is that only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back to my cabin.
Are you sure about that?
And you entered without any inkling of suspicion. That's right. None whatsoever.
Okay. Mustachioed.
Hold it!
Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson. Yes. Though at the time I didn't know the man's name. There was no time for introductions. I value my life over manners. By which you mean that the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose. That was certainly the impression given by the gun pointing in my direction. But I'd never seen the muzzle of a revolver shake about so much in my life. Anyone would think the man had never shot somebody before. Believe it or not, most of us haven't. Anyway, there was no time to call for help for the crewman at the door, so I dealt with the man myself.
Hold it!
Even though the man had a gun. That was a very brave move, wasn't it?
My Iponseo is faster than a bullet, I can assure you.
Sure about that. Sure.
But surely all that commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it? Yes, of course. He burst in immediately without knocking. The inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow, and just managed to slip past him to make his escape. The outstanding guard does it again. Luckily, there aren't many situations I can get out of without using a quick Iponseo throw.
Say oi.
Uh-huh.
Hold it!
The crown snapped off, and the glass...
Wow, did I say grass? Yes, I did.
Glass covering the face of the watch was cracked. Preferable to the man's head being pulled off his spine cracking, wouldn't you say? Not that man was spared for long. A bullet to the chest soon saw to that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place. Absolutely not! All the watch proves is my power of jujitsu throw. Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in that cabin. Because there was an obvious bullet hole in that wall. What are you talking about? That's what the star of your low-brow detective stories told you, is it? Well, I don't care for such fiction. Haven't you worked it out yet, you little stripling?
Excuse me? Stripling?
Bow chicka bow wow. Bow chicka bow wow.
Stripling?
A murder took place in my cabin.
Okay, last one.
Hold it!
But there's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive. Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling. What? If the inspector was killed on the steamship in France, how on earth could he have got back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain at the same spot. It's a devil of a thing. Well, then, obviously the culprit must have moved the body. How exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? Well, yes, that's true, but... All passenger luggage is inspected. Oh shit. When it's unloaded from arriving vessels. And I would like to think the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as luggage. If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. That killed that idea then.
But perhaps not.
Mr. Sato,
We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them. Which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose the body in the sea.
yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony with your consent of course, my lord. I have no objection. State your amended testimony now. There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain. Okay. There is an idea. Think about it, stripling. All passenger and crew disembarked at the same time and passed through the same checks at the border. The symposium guests were then given straight into the hotel in carriages organized by the ministry.
And we met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel.
And so you did. Well then, remind me. Did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time?
What? No, but you had that giant trunk.
So we're in agreement then. I couldn't have possibly brought the inspector's body back to Britain. Unless, of course, they developed some new clever device these days to instantly move things from A to B. Funny you should say that.
Professor Harebrain's invention didn't actually work, if you remember, Mr. Naruto.
Yes, of course. The defense has become unusually quiet, I notice. Yes, because there's really nothing more to say. So that's his story.
Well, I suppose if you think about it, whenever you drop a teacup in the office and it breaks, we don't say, Mr. Naruto must have been murdered here, do we?
Is that a veiled threat about what might happen to me if I break another one?
It might be a freaking veiled threat, yes indeed. Yeah, it sure is. Isn't that great? I guess he didn't count for them being friends. He didn't account for that at all.
And the fact that Inspector Gregson's body was found in the little room on Fresno Street. If he really was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin.
The body would have been moved somehow, obviously. Transporting a dead body over a country border. it would be impossible for the majority of people. So there must have been some special circumstances that made it possible for the culprit there.
That could be a vital realization, I think, Mr. Nahedo.
Alright. Return to my cabin room after finishing the meal. Uh-huh. There it is. Took care of him with the throw. I imagine his watch was broken. And then there's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse to Bwitten. To Bwitten. Okay. What do we have here in terms of things we can use against this whole thing? Hmm? Hmm? Oh my god. By the way, we didn't really look at this, didn't we? Shit. Let's look at it. Karuma, the Great Blade. It's such a thing of beauty. I want to gaze on it for hours. It is a pretty sword. It's a very pretty sword. The tip of the great sword, broken. It's such a shame. It's been so meticulously cared for over the years. I could almost hear Karuma's sobs. Kasuma must be really taking a swing for that to happen. Yeah, his headband is still on it. Yes, indeed. I think that's all we can look at for now. You have found the big sad? What is the big sad? Let me look at the big sad. And that chip led to the Karuma family name down a dark path. Let's see here. Let me zoom in a little more. Come on. People. They're talkie. He's looking at the boy. Looking at the boy. Oh! 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 Very good. Very, very good. Very, very good. But there's a people. There is one word. It literally says people. Very, very good. I like it. Very, very good. All right. Let's see. Nope, none of that. We already used them. Passport. Yeah, it's house report. Let's open this thing again. Dark stain here. Yeah, it's big blood. Big blood. Mm-hmm. Alright. And nothing more. Alright. Cute thing to help with the sad. Oh yeah, I just saw this actually. I saw this a lot earlier today. It's so pretty. It's so pretty. Love it. So the only thing I want to show is this. I kind of want to show this. It seems like the right time to show it. You know what I mean? And I already saved, right? There's really nothing else that has that trunk on it. Just in case, let me save again because I actually don't remember. It is gorgeous, isn't it? It's really pretty fan art. It's gorgeous. It's very, very pretty. Alright. Let's show the photo. That's the only thing I can think of.
Objection!
I found them from a comic they made about Kazuma and Naruto. And then bam, more pretty. Good. Just a group photo. You know when you get something, it is evidence immediately. You're like, ah, fuck, this is gonna be used. There's no possible way that you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true. And what's that supposed to mean? Also, I hope you guys didn't actually hear my belly, because, I'm kinda hungry. Far from being impossible for you to do. Oh my god, my belly is grumbling. I need to find something to eat. The transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do. What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku also is Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. He only has upper body strength. Listen, have you seen that man? Have you seen him? We've learnt that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. Thank you for the flashback video game. Oh, you were already following that artist? That's adorable. By the way, give me a hot second to actually get some food because holy shit. My belly is actually angry with me. And I have to agree. I want something in my belly too. I want to be like this cat right now. Let me get the cat. Let me get the kitty. No, not that one. No, not that one either. Where's the fat cat? No. There it is. There it is. There's some meat. Give me a fat one. Alright. Not yogurt. I don't want to boil eggs. That takes too long. There was once a cat with a hungry belly. The name of the cat was Whiskers Jelly. Oh, what the fuck? I was stuck to each other there. Weird. Give me a hot second here, guys. Just so my belly stops freaking yelling at me. I just need to calm it down, okay? Oh yeah. I actually really needed this, oh boy. There we go. Let me take these off. This intense music with this drawing doesn't really fit, does it? Ah, there we go. I kind of forgot about this, to be fair, because it happened right at the beginning. I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku. It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court would note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside.
Mr. Naruto, surely you're not suggesting...
I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Jigoku's trunk. And I'm kinda drunk. Also, this music is awesome. It's mega fucked up. How fucked would it be to be near a corpse and not know it? Pretty fucked up. Pretty fucked up, I would say. I love this song. It's so cool.
Order? Order in the court. I'm skeptical, counsel. That a grown man's body would fit inside even the largest travel trunk.
It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku?
But inside his trunk, how horrifying.
And not just near a corpse, but of someone you knew personally. Yeah, that would be a few trips to the therapist. Definitely. That's enough to give me a few nightmares. And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street. Do you think Jigoku's got a lot of junk inside of his trunk? Besides the corpse, obviously. You know, I think he's proportional. But not like extra large, you know, just proportional. He's a villain, don't make him more attractive to me.
To make him more evil. Taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit in the inspector's body. I don't have to listen to this nonsense. Dr. Gory, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed that possibility. She's acknowledged there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between. Yes, I'm sure they are. But one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners.
How much more attractive than a man who can split a court bench in half be?
Too attractive. This man, make the panties drop.
Also, I'm not done eating, I'm very sorry, guys. If I was playing this game in my leisure, I'd be eating all the time. While playing it. Here we go. Delicious. I really needed that. My stomach is now happy. Thank goodness. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages. And the SS Groose is no exception. Yeah, too bad I can't talk while eating at the same time, you know what I mean? That's the only problem. You can't stream and eat at the same time. I'm not capable of such a talent. If there ever is a talent such as that, I bet there's someone out there that does that all the time. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku? Sorry about that. However much you prolong this debate, you can eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. Like those ventriloquists who drink water while throwing their voices? Yeah. Also, man, why does he have to be so hot? It's not fair. It's not fair. You shouldn't do this anymore, Ace Attorney. Stop making handsome people baddies. Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move, letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already. They're just two, though. We need more than just two lawyers. Barack Von Sykes and Arthur Morgan are the hottest male video game characters. I don't even know who Arthur Morgan is. That the dirty cowboy that everybody salivates over, but I don't understand why people do. He's just a dirty cowboy. Is it because he's a cowboy and he's dirty?
really good. Very cute. Love it.
Ace Attorney taught me that there's like 6 lawyers. Dude, there's even less. If you remember, in Dual Destinies, or was it in Spirit of Justice, Edgeworth and Simon are the only prosecutors. That's it. That's it. Nayuta sometimes appears, I suppose. But the only prosecutors in Japan is Edgeworth and Simon. That's it. Cause Ouchie's brother was a piece of shit, so he had to be kicked out. Remember that? They are very overworked. Hey, put this back in here.
Judge Jigoku, please. Stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond?
Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there?
There's only one crime a week, and it's very elaborated. Elaborate. Yes. Too elaborate. Maybe because a lot of prosecutors turn out to be corrupt, which is true to life, actually. Yeah, unfortunately. If you're gonna be a lawyer, and you choose to be a prosecutor, you're kind of scum, to be honest. You're actually, like, one step removed from being a cop. You're basically a fucking shitty cop. Shittier cop, maybe. So what you're saying is become a defense lawyer. What I'm saying is become a domestic lawyer. You know, the little things. Cop, but more paperwork. And no gun, maybe. More like life sentence. Oh my god. And pushing for longer stays in prison. It's pretty nasty. Anyway. Let me put this here. No, if you're gonna be a lawyer, you better help the little guy. You better shut the fuck up. You better be like those guys who are like, shut the fuck up. Don't say anything to cops. Don't say nothing. Oh yeah, I forgot that Kristoff is a defense lawyer and he was fucking shitty. Oh man, Gavin. What a weird guy Gavin is. Wish we had more backstory on him, but apparently that was cut short. Kristoff is definitely something else.
Why ever not?
Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical. The actual scene of the crime. The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Barrack Von Sykes, shot the victim at point-blank range. Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's how logical reasoning in the British are known for really works, young stripling.
God damn it. Both Manfred von Karma and Christoph Gavin are psychologically motivated by their egos. It's extremely disturbing. Especially Von Karma. Like, yeah, Kristoff is fucking nuts. He's a nutty man. But Von Karma takes that to a whole nother level. Because not only does he plan out this revenge, he takes care of his enemy's kid to become the opposite of a defense lawyer. You know, a prosecutor. And to adapt everything he does, to adapt it exactly how he does it. Like, it's just so much more cruel. It's so cruel to do that. It's very fucked up. By the way, I've been trying to think of, like, how would I reboot the story if I were to actually reboot it and not change much, but wouldn't it be really cool if the first game is all about you and Mia tracking down Red White? Because it's kind of... I think the game shoots way too high, far too fast. In the first game, Ace Attorney, you defeat a dude who's been paying off other people for these scandals and lies and trickery. You then defeat a very corrupt prosecutor who's been undefeated for 40 years. Except that one time, that wasn't completely perfect, right? But he still won. By the way, he still won that case. Edgeworth's dad lost. And he still wanted to kill that dude. God, he's crazy. And he also defeats Gant in the DLC. Like, I think those cases could have been their own game. Like, Gant could have been the final game on there. And you could add things about Iris and shit. Not Iris, I mean, Dahlia. You could add to her things there, but that's what I would do if I were to rewrite this whole thing. I feel like the first game just does way too much. Way too quickly. And having more time with Mia would be great. If I have to still kill her off, I would at least spend the whole first game elaborating on what her deal is. Before she gets killed. I don't know. I would like to see it. And less time with Larry. Yes. Well, I would still keep Larry because he's still the first case. The first case is still with Larry. Or at least make Larry more pivotal into connecting Edgeworth with Phoenix. And have less time with Edgeworth, of course. He's doing other shit. And every once in a while you have that one big case where he's getting closer and closer to Edgeworth. Because that's the other thing! You kind of close the whole Edgeworth thing way too quickly, and I kind of want to stretch that out. Make that slow burn, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? It also makes Edgeworth less incompetent, I guess. Because when he keeps losing to Phoenix, it kind of makes him look like an idiot. And one very smart thing that the great Ace Attorney has done is that Van Sykes is super fucking smart. You want to stretch Edgeworth out? That's kinky. Yes! I mean it both ways. But I don't know if you noticed, but Van Sykes is really, really good at being a prosecutor in this game. He's just really, really good. Anytime he doesn't get something, it's because of something he wouldn't have known at all. but he notices everything you notice. Everything you point out, he knows immediately. He's like, yeah, but that doesn't change anything. So think again. Think about it again. He never uses violence against the judge or the defense. Oh my god. We're just... It's okay, Kogo Bean. You can say you hate Nayuta. I think Francisca and Nayuta are the only two who've acted, you know, violently. I guess Godot has acted violently by throwing the mug. By throwing the mug at Phoenix like 3 times. Also, I really want to rewrite Godot. God damn it. I just want to take freaking Trials and Tribulations and put it in my mouth and spit it out as something else. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I'm gonna kill this ad that's getting in the way. Twitch, be nice. Oh, you're right. Simon does the same thing. You're right. I wish Simon did more psychological shit in Dual Destinies. He only did it like in the first case or two. It only happens in the first case or two. Mm-hmm. I really wish he did more of that, like, manipulation of the witness. He mostly manipulated the judge to do his job. Which is hilarious. That was freaking hilarious. Apollo's ring didn't make much sense to use in court to me, in my opinion. It was a convoluted gimmick. If I were to rewrite Dual Destinies, I would take out the gimmicks. I would take out most of the gimmicks, period. And not even use Phoenix. Not even use Phoenix at all. He's there as a pure mentor status. It's a gimmick pileup, yes indeed. If I were to write Athena, I would still use her special hearing, but I would not use the Matrix thing. That mood Matrix, fuck that thing. It's one of the worst gimmicks. There, I said it. I hate the gimmick. It's not a good gimmick. Instead, what I would do is just color the witnesses' voices, like you know how sometimes the words are orange? I would just color it for certain words to be in a different sounding voice, and she picks it out and goes, "Did you hear that? She sounded sad when she said that our house was taken away. But why? I thought she hated him. Why would she be sad?" And, you know, follow that line of reasoning. I want her to be more of a psychoanalyst kind of character. And that's the way she handles testimonies. I like the idea of her being hyper empathetic, and that giving her unique insight into the witnesses' mindsets is good. Yeah, that would be cool. But I don't like the whole mood matrix technology thingy. I think that's way too convoluted. When she herself can just be a gifted person. Across to the player in gameplay? I guess so. I would figure something out. Like when you go into their heads at the ends of Trials. Yeah, that's cool. I do like the brain blast. I would keep that in. That is awesome. When it makes sense to use it. When it makes you just brain blast. God. When you brain blast the idea that frickin' Apollo's adoptive father is dead. God damn. Fucking the worst. I don't want a brain blast like that ever again. Anyway. The victim was shot in the little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim. That's the only fairy tale here. Wow, I can't read that. How can you say that? Quite simply, because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Oh, you saw Mikotoba's fancy tap dance? Yes, I did, and it was great. Also in the same scene, Shome's looking at him and getting his mouth watered, and he's just like, I wanna, Like, Shomes, please. Shomes, calm yourself. Yeah, it also made me insane. It made me scream. God. Shomes thirsty. Ah, it's just one step above and beyond our house. Mikotoba calling it our house, okay? I'm not over that shit. They did that on purpose. They knew what they were doing. That's really good. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. So good, so good. Our house in the middle of the street. Oh, so good. So good! This is the good food. This right here is the good food. So much shipping. So much shipping in this game. It is a bouquet. It is a buffet of shipping I have for this game. So good. Also, I really like that Mikotoba's younger self kinda looks a little like Phoenix. Just a tiny bit with how that hair looks. Yeah, young Mikotoba is fucking a specimen. Oh man. These games are so queer. Thank you, Shu. Really looking out for us. He's gotten way too good at doing that on purpose. The devil. By the way, I'm not sure Shu Takumi's ever going to do more Phoenix right. He himself has said it that he said he was done with that story, or he felt like it was done. So I don't know. I think I either prefer a full-on reboot of Ace Attorney, just a full-on reboot, or a third of Great Ace Attorney. Great Ace Attorney would be better, I think. The better way, just to have people just shut the fuck up. He did that mistake once, and ever since then, training diligently in the gay mines to become more powerful. I want a third Grace Ace Attorney. Not gonna lie, oh boy. Very tantalizing, counsel. Think you better explain yourself to the court, don't you? The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. So, what evidence shows that he was not killed on the Fresnos of the streets? The trunk? Gregson's trunk? Bow, bow. Bow, bow, ba-da-da, bow, bow. Let's see. Or let's see. I want to find out who shot the Phantom. Phantom was a cool villain in my opinion. It was a cool villain. And I have my headcanon. It's usually like, if he died instantly, how did he do this? Yeah. Yeah. He's all curled up like he was inside of a trunk. Let me place this back here. Get rid of it.
Take that!
A photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed.
Yeah, he's all curled up. That I already said that before in the beginning. It's like, he was in the trunk.
Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself. If Inspector Gregson had been shot here in that room, there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up like in a ball like that.
Posture? Fuck. You sneaky devil. Oh my god, let me drink some water. Don't worry. My back, it hurts. But not as much as it did a few days ago.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed.
We're in the meat of it. Oh yeah, we are.
You could easily have adopted that fetal position due to the pain of the shot which subsequently proved fatal.
Objection!
Also, did he say fotal instead of fetal? He said fotal. Is that a way you can write it? British spelling? God, this game, I swear. That's so weird.
The British.
You know what's funny? Apparently, people who played this game who are British saw some words in this game and they went like, what? What? So clearly a lot of a lot of work and research went through this game's translation, this localization. Part what? Part 18 of English makes no sense. Yeah, they put a lot of work in it to make, like, the language, the way they construct sentences, especially Van Sykes. Van Sykes has a way of talking that is very particular to him only. And so is Naruhodo. Naruhodo speaks in a certain way. Especially when he's monologuing. It's very good. A lot of attention to those details. Especially when a game is this heavy on the dialogue and the writing. So, I never heard the phrase, I can't Adam and Eve it. Oh, I did hear the phrase, I can't Adam and Eve it. I have a butcher's. Now that one I had never heard of, I have a butcher's. Everyone has distinct voices, yeah. It's very cool. Susato, for example, very proper. And I think in Japanese it would be even more formal. It would be like super formal Japanese from her. Really wish I was, able to read Japanese, but I can't. I'm doing the pose that Shomes does. I can't fucking read Japanese. Turbo Keigo. She uses Sama for almost everyone, yes. For pretty much everyone, yes. Except Ryunosuke, she just says Mr. Naruhodo. She kind of exclusively says Sama to Kazuma. But either way, very respectful. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Jigoku, but it's your logic that is flawed. What? According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less been able to draw himself into that position. Big afraid. Which begs the question of why the victim's body curled up in that way. Though the answer would be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting. The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor, from the inside of a large travel trunk. No.
You're quite right. The shape of the body. It looks exactly as it'd been kept in a confined space.
Judge Jigoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Do it, bitch. He's gonna break that thing. Present my trunk. I refuse. You can present your other trunk. I don't mind which. What? On what grounds? Was out there making dad jokes while you were... Cram the trunk 2 feet away. So grim. I know, right? I knew you'd say that. Listen, if I didn't, would you be more disappointed in me? Or less? I don't wanna. I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling baseless accusations.
In other words, Judge Jigoku, there is blood in your trunk.
I'm sorry, but phrasing. Wow! I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have at this moment, you're not a government minister. You're a witness in a trial of Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are, or what status outside of this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Susato, so you're saying that you're guilty? Nothing is more important than the truth. Order in the court. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what is it to be? I like to imagine those grunts as exactly how they reacted to being cut off. I don't give a single goddamn fuck. Show me your trunk. Show me your giant trunk. Let me examine it. Its length, its girth. I want to see it from head to hilt.
You can't be serious. You did it! Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Sogi? What? Very well. I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk. Exactly as postulated by the defense. You? Dear God! Outrageous! So it was you. You admit to the... Oh man, he's really gonna break that. No, I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Okay. Hydrate, fine. Oh my god. The killing of the man. I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean?
Yeah, Strongheart, this is the first time I'm hearing this. I mean, he might be the first time hearing the details, that's for sure.
I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So, I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me.
Oh my god. Sorry.
And dispose of it somewhere else.
You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man?
As you know, there was another person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life.
Oh.
That's right. Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Sogi. You?
The turntables. He does feel fishy as shit.
I never thought you'd stoop to this, Seishiro Jigoku. You've taken words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Sogi. I thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you?
Kazuma is so messy, I kind of like it. Oh, I love it.
Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't. So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more.
I don't believe this.
Now 2 prosecutors are accused, I know, right?
Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Sogi. This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who.
Yeah, the gun. What should we use here?
Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Asogi is...
Fuck. It is actually possible. But I kind of want to say impossible. Because he was shot with a gun. Exactly.
That was gun!
A gun is what did him in, and I don't think Kazuma is the type of guy to pick up a gun. Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claimed that the logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process. It is, no question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asugi to commit the crime. He's a sword boy. You think he knows how to pew? Pew? Shit. Deaf dude, are you okay? What? Even Kasuma's like, huh? Keke? Freudian slip. The court would only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there allegedly demonstrate the impossibility of Prosecutor Asugi's involvement? Shall we just point out the sword? Or the autopsy? I think we should point out the sword. Proof that demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asugi's involvement. Huh. Wonder what it is. I feel like it would be that, sir. It wouldn't be the gun. The gun is obviously, Gregson's gun at this point. I'm just gonna follow my gut. Autopsy is your gut option? Really? The autopsy? Oh no, not this autopsy. Sorry about that. It's very good. So yeah. Bullet. Big bullets.
Caliber of gun matches state standard issued firearms for members of judiciary.
Yeah. That's the cops and the prosecutors and all that.
Take that!
That's not the right one. Next time I'm gonna do the sword, but I want to see this. You're making the evidence weep here in Renosuke Naheru. Sorry? Every piece of evidence has a role to play in arriving at the truth. Do not play things you can toss around the courtroom for entertainment.
Never mind the evidence. You're about to make me weep, Mr. Naheru.
Oh no! I can't upset Susato-san. Or I'll just end up being upset too! Oh, that's really cute. You know, a member of the crew was on sentry duty outside the first-class cabins nearly all the time. Ah, puta. Well, the game just gave us the clue right there. That was they just gave us what it is. We have to show the freaking drill thingy. So as long as the guard was there, it would have been impossible to fire a shot without being hurt. And that very much narrows it down when the crime could have been committed. Alright. I wish they didn't spell it out too hard. No, there was a drill. Evacuation drill. There was only 20 minutes to do all these things.
Take that!
It's this itinerary for the crew members of the SS Cruise, my lord. This is conclusive proof. An itinerary. How does that prove anything?
I'm going to blame working on Labor Day. My brain is warm tapioca pudding. Don't worry, man. I also didn't arrive at the same conclusion, so you're fine.
Judge Jigoku, the moment you acknowledged that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant. What? Why?
Ay caramba.
On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely. Because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated by the itinerary.
On the itinerary.
Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far. But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from port of Dunkirk.
Yeah, it's already out.
Now, clearly, the murder could have only been committed by someone who was aboard the vessel at the time. But
Prosecutor. Why do I always want to say professor every time I see prosecutor?
But Prosecutor Asogi stated in yesterday's proceedings.
Uh-huh.
Which I'm sure the court would agree is conclusive proof.
Well, it would be if Asogi kept his ticket or something. That would be conclusive.
That Kazuma Asogi couldn't have possibly carried out the killing.
This music is so good.
No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he all really disembarked that vessel.
Do you have your ticket, Asogi?
Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby the ship. On the ship. Just waiting for something that you interrupted me with. No, that's out of the question.
What did he say? Waiting for his chance to come back and finish the job. Okay.
No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent a night at the boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book.
Hey, good job, Kazuma. Good job.
All extremely easy to verify, and undeniable proof. No, there is no escape this time. You can't forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer, as a common man.
Here we go. Big roar.
You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as the murder had happened there. There's no escape. Dun, 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 dun.
That's a different game.
Boom, doom, 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 doom. That's what really happened, isn't it? Seishiro Jigoku. You know what's my favorite thing? When Thanatos appears and Zagreus just goes, Godong. Godong. It was that damn trial 10 years ago. That's when all this began. Oh shit, he's gonna break it. Looking back now, my fate was decided on that day. I was doomed already. Oh shit. That's cool. It's over, my life is over. He big strong. A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan, a Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. I know, right? But we saw it coming. Jigoku. Jigoku. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. It was hardly a request. It was a demand. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. Yeah, every single case. More or less. More or less. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain. Oh wait, that's Ryunosuke talking. And you found yourself unable to dispatch the replacement. Because I was already on my way to Britain at the time, in Cosima's place. And that left me with only one option before carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was one single opportunity for me to do that. The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume. That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain, so I enlisted the help of my British counterpart and made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. Are you going to point it out? I would love you for you to point out Strongheart right now. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. What? The Reaper? Damn, all that to kill a dude that likes his snacks. I know, right? But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself. No!
So, that means that the assassin exchange was... It was all planned by the Reaper.
Nope. Jigoku is gonna go like, nah, what the fuck are you guys talking about?
I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart.
You're going to go to jail anyway. Might as well.
Bitch, if I know I was gonna die next, I'd be like, bitch, I'm dragging you with me. Nah, I ain't no snitch. Nah, I'm vindictive. I'm a petty bitch. Don't trust me. Don't trust me with nothing. Lunging in the back like mean girl voice. She's like obsessed with me or something.
Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death.
Oh, how awful.
It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him the time to attack me, I choked him till he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time waiting. For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock.
Yeah, this is freaking fucked. Gregson went through some dark shit here.
I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance. He suddenly came around and went for me in a reckless move. I'd received a British-issued gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student.
Oh, he had a gun this whole time. This gun was his this whole time. I guess it's because I got big lesbian crush on you. Flips middle fingers. Oh my god.
I never imagined I had to use it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it? Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Gruce. Which begs the question of why you arranged his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street. The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could take the body back on deck and throw it over the side. It was precisely where all the crewmen were gathered on the evacuation drill. Fuck! So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse into the refrigeration room. And then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon. In order to meet the man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. And decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit. So I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. It must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then.
That's fucked up. In there. I don't think I would be able to keep this photo, to be honest. I would not be able to. At all. I'd be like, nah, fuck this photo. Keep it for records, but I don't want to see it ever again. Yeah, Gregson is just in the trunk. Right there. I would just let the police keep the photo and that's it. I don't ever want to see it again. So fucked up.
As I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee, I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl setting little firecrackers. Miss Venus, of course.
Yeah, that too. That too.
I conceived the candle trick there and then. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate the gunshot. A gunshot. A sort of disguise. For some reason, the inspector had brought a bright red hairpiece on his own traveling case. So I put that on. Although I suspect I drew more attention to myself than I would have had otherwise.
The hairpiece found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation.
Him wearing that thing, God. Did Gregson have that hairpiece if Daly was doing that? No, Daly was not wearing any disguise. He went as his normal self, Mario. He had zero disguise. He didn't look like the big-lipped guy, he looked like his handsome self, and that's it. I only arrived at the room around the 4:45. True, but why would Gregson have the hairpiece then? Because he I guess that was his mission? Who knows? He didn't... Maybe he was going to give that to him, but I don't know. Good question. Not entirely sure, to be quite honest. Maybe he was thinking of going back into doing that job later. And continue investigating, because he just needed an actual alibi.
So I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later, so that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder. What was that?
I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips.
Yep.
Ah,
Thank you, Gregson, for eating your fish and chips.
I didn't notice that I'd fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body into the refrigeration room. I put it back into his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish.
Plot relevant. Those fish and chips saved the day.
Anyway, that's...
Man, he's so big.
that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did.
Incredible. Still not pointing out that Strongheart is behind all this shit.
I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors.
Fish and chips are to Gregson what snackoos are to Emma Sky. Yeah.
The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime such vile nature. Of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty.
An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea.
Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing you can say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us. Enough!
Alright.
I've already told you that I cannot say.
Okay, what... Man, he's either getting blackmailed real hard here.
Even though the things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished. Then in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before him has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson.
We're not done here, are we? We're not done.
Seisho Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found.
Yeah, this is not done.
And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality.
Wow, I need to go to sleep.
Demanded by this closed court.
Okay, let's wrap this now, folks. Bye! Yeah, we're not done yet.
Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt.
Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo.
We're not satisfied with this. We're very unsatisfied by this.
Yes, thank you.
Better save and sleep? Oh shit. I think I'll continue. I don't care. I don't care at this point. I'm not gonna stream tomorrow, that's for sure.
Is something wrong?
I'm just a little troubled by his silence.
Usually stuff with Kazuma and Van Sykes leaves one very satisfied. Usually. Kazuma and Sykes through this trial.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh, it's really funny. I love it. God. Yeah, post your boobs, man. Post them boobs. Oh my god, those are big old boobies.
Booba.
By his silence. The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey and his extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries, however. Insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries as a prosecutor. As you wish. Now for the formal adjudication.
I want to stop this right here.
I hereby declare the Baron Van Sykes. Yeah! Big object!
Do it, Kazuma. There's a lot of things going on here.
The prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred. Counsel. The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all. And therefore, it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position.
I activate my ability, bitch eating crackers.
What?
But Judge Jigoku has already confessed.
Nevertheless, Baron Von Sykes has committed crimes for he must be punished. Well, it would appear that you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Sogi. Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jigoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot. Into this sick, merciless assassin exchange. That That may be true, but... So what I want to know is, who caused Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France, having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself.
No! Sorry, Van Boy. You're the bait again.
Well, certainly, that would appear to follow. The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Barak van Sykes, for being the Reaper of the Valley.
The Valley? Yeah, the Valley, of course.
And furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt.
Look at his eyelashes. Look at his eyelashes.
So pretty. They made this boy too damn pretty.
What?
Aw, shit. Here we go again. Grabs wine.
Order, order, order! The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Council. Are you suggesting you have new information with which to build a case?
Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Sykes very thoroughly in that regard. And they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper.
Perhaps. But circumstances have now changed. What do you mean? It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated by with Jigoku by the Reaper himself. Which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of unforgivable crime, Lord Van Sykes. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes. That explains Cosima's silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Sykes unwittingly started 10 years ago.
Yeah, these boys are fighting.
Very well. Well, it's extremely irregular. I will, on this occasion, grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the assassin exchange.
So a wrench on my original theory has been thrown, and that wrench is the fact that the dog had that fucking collar, and I don't believe Asogi was involved. I just don't believe Asogi was involved. It starts with the B, though. A B. So Clint is mega dead because Dr. Wilson has no, like, what would be, like, why would he lie on the autopsy report, right, of Clint? On Clint's autopsy report. B is for Basogi, obviously.
B.
So, hopefully Sholmes shows up and gives me new evidence or some shit. Because I need it. I need it. I need it now, Sholmes. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement what he has had with the Reaper and Assassin exchange. Okay, fuck, I can't talk anymore. Thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing. Basogi. Pray turn a blind eye to the discrepancy. Wow, they fixed the bench, by the way. Leg. Gotta show off the leg again. As I verified this vile and unremitting accusation, hasn't soured the contents of my hallowed chalice. Yeah, we get to see this on the front now. It's hilarious. It's so stupid. Oh, Van Sykes. I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now. And ever since that time, I've endured the weight of the implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now, and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Van Sykes. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. And what says the defense?
Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. And Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment. He's not thinking logically.
You're right that he's not himself. But I knew it would be like this. And I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise. As a lawyer, and as his friend.
Then that's what we must do.
I'm sure most middle-aged housewives wish they had that power to just conjure a chalice full of good wine. Yes. The defense has no objection, my lord. Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the Assassin exchange. As you wish, my lord. So good. Alright. I have never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the Assassin exchange. Honestly, he's the best witness to be a defendant. So you deny all accusations by the prosecution. Both that you and the Reaper of the Bailey. That you are the Reaper of the Bailey, and that you masterminded the Assassin exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that is a fallacy, which I alone am in a position to forswear. Forswear? Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused
to be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yes? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom?
You. I would get on top of the podium thingy, the desk, and just pose all sexy like, it was for you, Kazuma. All of this was for you.
I decided to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty.
Draw me like one of your British girls, Kazuma.
From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in the pursuit of truth. Of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness. Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you've convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony.
Alrighty then. He definitely knew about Assassin. Well, time to press on everything.
Hold it!
So you're not what the general public refer to as the infamous Reaper of the Bailey? Exactly. But imagine for a moment that the court will be satisfied with one-word answer on this. I realize that. If you're intending to comment on every sentence, this could take a while, Kazuma. Didn't you find it disturbing, though? That one by one, defendants who've been acquitted after your unsuccessful prosecution were killed. Let me answer that question by posing another. If, one by one, defendants who've been acquitted after your successful defense were killed, would you find that disturbing? Disturbing? I couldn't possibly say how that would make me feel with a one-word answer like that. Exactly.
God damn it. I love Lance Sykes so much. And there he just goes, yep, exactly. There. One answer, one word answer.
Well, that told me. But even though I'm not the Reaper, it does not mean I ignored all the hearsay.
Okay.
Hold it!
You say for years. How long exactly? Since the very first time the Reaper's influence was felt in this courtroom. 10 years ago now. And your investigations led you somehow to Inspector Gregson, you're saying? I didn't want to believe it. He was a personal acquaintance. We worked on cases together in the past. A friend, even.
Oh, now we have the photo, so... Listen, we have another photo we haven't used yet.
It felt like a betrayal, but... I demanded permission to search his office at the yard without his knowledge.
Actually, no, that photo was Gregson's. That photo was definitely Gregson's.
Which is when you found the secret notebook, is it? It's when I first learned of the location he noted only as Gruce, and the appointment at 5 p.m. on the 31st. Though I didn't know the significance of those details at that time.
Painful choice to make, Van Sykes. Painful indeed.
So now we're at the nub of the matter. As it turns out, the significance for me personally was very unfortunate.
Hold it!
But why did you go that specific location to that... I thought that if it was the Reaper's headquarters, then by turning up there at 5 o'clock, I could catch whoever's involved red-handed. Sadly, all that was awaiting me was the inspector's corpse. Yes, even though it wasn't designed for you, you walked straight into the trap set by Jigoku. Exactly. Jigoku had intended to implicate Hugh Boone, but unhappily for me, I arrived at the scene first. Ha! A ridiculously careless blunder. Moved on to throwing just insults around, I see then, Kazuma.
Man, Kazuma is so angry. He's so mad.
Think what you will. It doesn't change the truth.
There is one thread that does tie you to Gregson and Wilson. The autopsy of your brother. Oh man, that's what I have to show here. Okay, let's press anyway.
There is a link between you and Gregson, though. Of course. We were close acquaintances. We worked on numerous cases together. I consider the man to be a mentor of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons.
He did?
Such as what?
Okay.
Where to buy good fish and chips, and such like.
I knew it was gonna be something dumb. I like how it all goes silent. Listen. Where you can get some good old fried food.
Well, that was convincing. Dr. Wilson was a coroner, of course. But that was some time in the past. And in any case, I understand it was several years ago now that he was invited to work at a Japanese university.
That's right.
He was a visiting professor at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo. So it should be unambiguously clear then that no link exists between myself and him. In other words, I had no motive for sending some assassin across the oceans to kill the man. It sounds plausible enough, I want to believe it. But something about this just doesn't quite sit right with me.
Oh boy.
Certainly, as it stands, there's no evidence to suggest that you concocted the scheme.
Objection.
But as it stands, if only the accused's insistence of his innocence. Sorry? Perhaps there is some reason that would explain why he masterminded the assassin exchange. And if a reason could be established later in these proceedings, then the accused's claim in this testimony that he wasn't involved would amount to perjury. Well, yes, that's true, but...
Clearly Kazuma-sama intends to identify a reason and use it to make his case.
So if we don't identify something fast,
He'll gain the advantage.
this could be dangerous. A convincing testimony by Lord Van Sykes.
Certainly, with no apparent connection between the three men, there's no way to establish a motive. The testimony seems unassailable as far as I can see. Oh dear me! What a bleak expression!
I agree. There doesn't appear to be any particular link between them at first glance. But with the inclusion of one other person, I must be overthinking it, surely.
Another person, Mr. Narhoder.
I need to think back over all the information we've gleaned so far.
Alright, and I'll review my notes about the case and all the evidence in the court record.
Could it be that Lord Van Sykes is something to hide after all? Come on, come on. We went to Fresno Street that day, and the point is no common thread, and here we save the game, just in case I have a big wrong. And present the autopsy report of your brother.
Objection!
What is this? An autopsy report. Wait, this is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Sykes. What? My brother's autopsy report. I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. This is dicey. This is a spicy little situation we're getting into. Order in court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel? This? The autopsy report of the professor's final victim is an undeniable link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not that accursed name again. The professor. I have personally searched all over the court records relating onto that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls. And for a member of the aristocracy, like Lord Clint Van Sykes, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. Yeah, we have no idea why he was called the professor. Yes, indeed. No clue. No clue whatsoever. They haven't specified at all. I've declared that he was certain that he could obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. Oh my god.
Who was that? That wasn't me. And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document.
As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asugi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all of his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Sykes here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court. Marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated?
Aw, shit.
Wow. Oh, fuck! Big fabrications!
If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death, that's outrageous. And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why Inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited in the assassin exchange. Order! Order at once. 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain, whatever the cost. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese's tenacity of purpose here. However,
This is like his third one already.
he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer.
Come on, Kazuma. You know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation.
As it happens, I have evidence.
How is his hand not shredded by now? Don't worry. Maybe his gloves are, like, lined with, like, mithril or some shit.
What? As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him and with the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seishiro Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth.
Oh, so that was the attack on the inspector. Okay. Alright, alright.
What truth? The truth about the evidence. And he acknowledged what I'd already deduced. It's a closely guarded secret about what went on the autopsy 10 years ago. What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword, Kuruma, before the inspector's eyes, and very quickly understood what my true motive was.
Right, I see. You're that Asogi's young man, are you? And what? You're going to cut me down with that thing, is that it?
That would very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all.
Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick.
So you admit it then? The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated.
It was for the good of the country. Anyway, we're just following orders.
Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak!
I'm not saying another word.
Even if your life depends on it, That's right. Even then. So that's when the tip of the sword broke.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
If the results of Clint Van Syke's autopsy were fabricated, and the investigating officer Gregson and the lead coroner Wilson must have known about it, and they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Barak Van Sykes.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Kazuma. He wasn't leading the prosecution, remember? He wasn't originally leading it. That was later. It was freaking Strongheart over here who was leading the prosecution.
In other words, the defendant did have a cause to organize this exchange of assassins.
Wow, he really likes to play fiddle to all this. Wow, he's so evil.
Exactly. And, as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who
liaised? Oh my god, that's such a hard word. Compound vowels.
Liaised with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity.
Very Gantsian in his scapegoats. Oh yeah. Liaised? Yeah, I said it right. I said it right, Compound. Wait. You're saying that it's liaised? Puta madre.
Liaise.
I said it right.
Liaise.
Liaised. Okay. Did I say liaised? I said liaised, right? Now I don't remember. I'm too fucking... Don't worry. Don't worry, Lobos. I'm also fucked. I fuck around with his word, but only in writing. Oh my god. Also, Kazuma, you really don't have proof for that, don't you? We only have your word that you spoke with Inspector Gregson. Did he... Fuck! God damn it.
So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Barak Van Sykes.
But we only have your word. We only have your word, Kazuma.
Objection!
Kazuma Sogi.
Yeah, you tell him, Van. You tell him.
What? What you've just told the court. Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Van Sykes is like, I'm going to fuck you up. It's a hot look. That is the look of him just freaking targeting a sacrificial lamb. He's ready. Shred the bitch apart.
What? Oh, Van Sykes.
It's kind of fucking obvious when you think about it. He literally looks evil. So does Van Sykes. But he looks sadder than evil, you know? He looks sad as fuck. I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to 1. He's a very sad boy. If Lord Van Sykes isn't the one behind all this. He also looks hot. I mean, so is Strongheart. Strongheart is hot as fuck, but the way he just feels like a big villain, you know? I like how we flipped around to get his ass on Van Sykes' side, yeah! Then yes, there's only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too. You! I just had a feeling his name was going to come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is... There you are, baby. But first I'm gonna save, just in case I'm wrong. Strongheart personally is very unattractive though. I mean, to each his own.
Take that!
The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results. Oh, what? Oh, his personality is unattractive, though. I agree. Sorry, I thought it was personally. Brain, I'm sorry. I misread that. His personality is kind of like, we have 2 minutes to fuck in exactly 2 minutes. And I'm like, oh, come on. Like, he's the person that knows exactly how long it would take for him to come. And he would just do that and then leave immediately after a quick-ass shower. Kind of motherfucker that micromanages how much toilet paper you use in the house. Yeah. He just micromanages the shit out of everything. It wouldn't be fun. It would not be fun to be Strongheart's freaking hubby. Super controlling. So controlling. The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Mael Strongheart. Mael. Yes, it's true that 10 years ago, the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court. But he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Sykes, had been killed. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. He would almost certainly tell you how you should and should not, who you should and should not talk to. Ugh, gross. Toxic boyfriend. Mr. Strongheart. Well, Lord Van Sykes. 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession. But I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined. All the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you.
I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt. For the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. I see now. I was very much mistaken. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector in the corner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was felt a decade later on the other side of the world, Masaishu Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when you recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey.
Oh my god. I can never get used to that. I will never get used to it. My ace ass puts Van Sykes at a solid maybe before his character development, but Strongheart fundamentally unfuckable. I would still fuck him. Listen. Listen. Like, tie him up. Just tie him up.
The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense.
Ah, shit! Since I'm ace, I wouldn't screw him, but cuddle? Listen, Strongheart has big titty.
It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense. A wild fantasy at best.
I can't wait for the surprise Iris has.
You're not going to defend yourself. You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Sykes' autopsy. That's utterly untrue.
Objection!
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. And where is your evidence?
Ah, now evidence is like, I see. When it best suits you. When it suits you. Evidence freaking every time. Every single time. Actually, if he wrote like a affidavit, if he wrote an affidavit, then yeah. That would be kind of evidence, maybe. That he did say that, but not evidence of the wrongdoing.
What? Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand.
Hey, psst. Is the Kurain clan still in existence? But then you have to go find David. Affidavit. It's hard to say. Anyway.
You mean to say? I forget how the system works in your little backwalker.
Wow! Ay. It's been a while since we have Alf a David? No thanks. It's been a while since we had a little bit of that delicious racism, eh?
But in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence there is no case.
I'm taking the piss, ignore me. I will not. Look at that pose. That's awesome.
I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything.
That damage. Kazuma felt that damage.
Order in the court.
The British court system that's been shown to be a joke 3 times in this game. Yeah, I know, right?
Following Inspector Gregson's murder, and in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago, is there? So that's the real purpose of the assassination exchange.
Assassin exchange. I keep saying it wrong.
This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections. Consummate.
It would be terrible, dude. That horn is sharp. I know, he is a bitch.
Consummate. He's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there really no avenue I can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Syke's autopsy.
Yeah. Where's Mikotoba when you need him? Is it Mikotoba, dude? He's the one who penned it. So, let me save, because I think that's where we're going with this. Alrighty, there is someone.
He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, insofar as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Strongheart. But
I present to the court Sholm's boyfriend.
there is still one ray of hope.
What is it, Cocoa Bean? What are you showing me? Oh my god. Oh my god. So good. I love it. The lovely Ace Attorney music gets swapped out for The Only Thing They Fear Is You from Doom Eternal. Hell yeah. Oh my god. I forgot that song and frickin' Megalovania have kind of the same beat at the beginning. So sometimes when I do that, it's like, fuck. I remember that shit. Strongheart, why do I hear boss music?
Objection!
Hell yeah, big objection! Oh, you know what other song has the same thing? The JoJo opening. One of the JoJo openings has the same beginning. And I'm like, fucking... Fucking unbelievable. That's the second song from JoJo, the second season. Not season? Was it a second season? I think it was. It has the same fucking beginning. Haunted Forever. Even though that song is a fucking bop. Both of them, really.
Actually, there is one person.
Listen, I am cringe, but I am free. Megalovania still fucks. Yeah, it's still a great song. There's no doubt about it. It was just memed to death, you know? Strongheart still feels his sins crawling on his back. Ah! Where is that from? I keep forgetting where that's from. But I recognize it. I recognize that. It's Undertale, of course. Bitch. That is almost way too badass to be in Undertale. That is way too fucking awesome to be in fucking Undertale. Like, people keep saying, you know, that one part where he's like, the birds are singing, the whatever the fuck. You know, it's like a bad time and whatnot. Like, that to me is not that badass. But that freaking feels his sins crawling on his back, that's fucking cool. One person who could still testify about that autopsy. Yeah, it's very raw. Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left. Who, Ryunosuke, who? Tell me. Kazuma's desperate. Say you're sorry to me, Kazuma, and then I'll tell you. Kazuma, Please. This trial can't end. Not yet. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. And then I would wink. The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Sykes is... Here we go. I already saved, so...
Take that!
Heaven help us. Another Japanese. Yes, bitch. Yes. Yes, bitch. If this was my game, it would just be all Latinos. My god. Another Latino. So much interpersonal tension in court today. I know, right? An expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Eugene Mikotoba, 16 years ago. He came to London with Seiichiro Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student. And what could his testimony possibly tell us?
Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report.
Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature.
It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it.
In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened on that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. Fuck yeah! The defense's demand is denied. Because you big scared. You're so scared. Because he huffed, and he puffed, and he blew you all away. What?
But Professor Mikotoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in minutes.
Little baby man. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's still concerned about protecting himself. Prosecutor Asogi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange. I did, yes. So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. Oh man, Asogi, you really got in it now. You really got into the shit now. At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence, but that is exactly why I need witness testimony. Was he bluffing this whole time? Give me a hot second here. Is Asogi putting his... Asogi with bluff tactics. Fucking amazing. He's definitely putting the cart before the horse. Yeah, he sure is.
He's sitting on the TV and watching the couch.
He's essentially letting his emotions get the better of him, yeah.
The Professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. Fuck, I can't read. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Wow! Wow, that is very insulting. God, that fucking sucks to be said. Wow! You're such an asshole! Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand.
Dickhead anti-fast. Oh yeah, Strongheart is definitely there. Incredible. Calling witchcraft in this bitch, damn.
Inspector Gregson was murdered by the Japanese Supreme Court judge, Seishiro Jigoku.
Seishiro, please, please, get your head out of your ass.
As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
Objection!
But we all know what will happen. It will just give the mastermind a whole new venture time to recover his tracks again, to cover.
By which you mean me?
Yeah, you.
Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asogi, you will be remanded for the following proceedings. Willingly. I trust, since you gave your word. This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Asogi.
Oh no! It's a baby! The baby is upset. Oh man, the baby is upset.
That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over.
Hey, Sholmes, are you here? Or was that Van Syke? Yeah! Yeah! Big damn hero. But Mr. Sholmes!
This is no place for an amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once.
Also, this music is mwah, so good. So good.
Objection!
Mr. Sholmes was an instrumental in the apprehension of the Seishiro Jigoku before he fled Europe. This court should hear what he has to say. Lord Mail Strongheart.
No, this courtroom shall be the dance floor for the dance of deduction. Yes.
It's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage.
Is it really? And why would that be?
You need only recall your own words from the opening of this trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely, it can't be. But the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it?
The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered.
It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you all been invited to attend? To nod along to do the prevarications of your superiors?
Oh boy. This is basically Phoenix going, Jury, what do you guys say? You guys are the jury now. The gallery is the jury now.
Order! Order in the court!
It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. Let us emerge with the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now.
The auditors of the gallery have no rights to express an opinion in court proceedings. Silence!
He's right. The judge is absolute authority here.
Yes, if he calls the trial to end, it must end.
But what will they really do?
I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes, dark things indeed.
Is there a single person here who can honestly say something? What? The trial should go down! Go on! Summon the witness! That's right, we need to hear this before young just... Aww. Look at Sababu. Look at Sababu. Big hopes. Give me a second here. Everything will be okay. Gotta pet him. Everything will be okay. My lord, you are sure that the present dose will uncover the whole truth here? Vindicate yourself in your outlandish accusation! The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as the very foundation of British law! A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. Yay! Cool.
Well, my lord, you hear the voice of British justice, I take it. I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence.
Yeah, this is awesome.
The courts will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations.
Aw, look at him. Sweet boy. Why are you so handsome, Cosimo? Why?
Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives to the courthouse, we shall reconvene.
A recess won't be necessary, my lord.
Bitch, I brought my boy with me.
Pardon.
Nicotoma is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak.
Oh my god, are you gonna be in the witness stand too, Shomes?
I do believe he'd be enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact.
Freaking 12D chess.
What? Professor Mikotoba is here in the courthouse. Mr. Shomes, you didn't know this would happen, did you?
My dear fellow, No one is in better position to answer that question than you, Shirley.
I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know? Well, I must ask you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, we are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once.
But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruto.
Yes!
I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you.
Yay! This is great. Absolutely. It's still in my pocket.
It sends her regards and a reminder. You find yourself at a dead end. The ears are your disposal. Just one tug if you please.
Oh, of course. In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand. So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I going to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? See what I mean? That he gets really poetic sometimes? Sometimes he just want to wax poetic. Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom. I get it. Maelstorm, and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. He is a literature major, yes indeed. English literature major. Such a way with words, that Runo. Should I stop here? Because holy fuck, it still hasn't ended yet. Should I stop here? I think it's a good place to stop. I think, yeah, feels like a very good place to stop. Good lord. This is a long one. Yeah, I think I definitely want to rest my voice for tomorrow then. Definitely gonna finish this game tomorrow, it seems. There's about an hour or two, including the post-case stuff. Yeah. This was great. This is a lot of good fun. Anyway, tomorrow I will start the stream around like 5:30 Eastern Standard, something like that. It's not short. Oh boy. Yeah, let's save it for tomorrow. It feels like it's another like 5 hours of game left. With the way I read, of course, and the way I freaking joke around and mess around with stuff. Anyway. Yeah, thank you so much for joining me, guys. It's been a good time. No alcohol required. Good night, everybody. Bye, everyone. Good night. Oh, my God. Yeah, definitely tired. Bye-bye.